Chapter 1016. Within the palace hall, the red-haired male Marquis Ardenfire sat at the highest position. By his sides were the two elders from the ancestral family and the elders from the marquisdom. Naturally, there was also Rong Xinglan, who was hugging her son. Rong Xinglan was slightly trembling. After all, she felt her legs turning soft after sitting together with Grandpa Marquis and the elders. And Dongbo Shui-ing could only forcefully endure it. With his heart realm, it was not hard for him to act like a child. It was just slightly awkward. I'll endure it for now, Dongbo Shui-ing thought. Let that fool in. Marquis Ardenfire glanced at Ing Shanlai, who was waiting obediently outside the palace hall. Even though this son was slightly trash, he was still a child he had when he was weak. Marquis Ardenfire was very sentimental and had personally arranged for a good marriage for his son. He had also transferred many resources to his son. Even though his son's bloodline was weak, he still hoped that his son could rise. It's a pity that this son had always been enjoying himself. Marquis Ardenfire was slightly disappointed. Amen, this is that father of mine. Dongbo Shui-ing also saw the middle-aged male who entered. Facing the atmosphere within the palace hall, he could not help but bend his waist slightly. You stand there for me. Marquis Ardenfire roared. Yes. Ing Shanlai, who did not dare to disobey. He obediently stood there without uttering a word. But he could not help but turn towards that woman sitting by the side and the child in her embrace. That child was currently observing him without the slightest bit of reverence. I am his father. Yet he dares to look at me like this? I must teach him a good lesson. No, I can't defeat him. He is a void god at birth. Ing Shanlai, who suddenly felt bitter in his heart. I'm afraid the protectors and servants arranged by the marquisdom for him will be much stronger than mine. He is merely a child. I am ultimately his father. In the future, as long as I coax him more, he will definitely become closer to me. Ing Shanlai, who planned inwardly the treasures he will obtain, will definitely be much more than mine. By then, I'll be able to enjoy myself endlessly. If one were to say that he still had the fighting spirit to cultivate in the past, but after being corroded by the long years of enjoyment, he no longer had any ambition. Phew! A figure was thrown into the palace hall. It was none other than the red-robed girl Chanyu Yanzhen. At this moment, Chanyu Yanzhen fell down in a sorry state. She looked up and saw Marquis Ardenfire sitting high above. She saw the elder from the ancestral family, the elder from the marquisdom, and that lowly servant Rong Xinglan who was carrying a child. Master Marquis. Chanyu Yanzhen hurriedly stood up. She was extremely respectful. No matter how arrogant she was, she had to behave herself at this moment. You are truly daring. You even dare to violate the rules of the Yingshan clan, Marquis Ardenfire coldly said. You actually dared to force a pregnant woman of my Yingshan clan to drink the poisonous medicinal liquid, causing the child with the most extraordinary bloodline to be born prematurely. He was born in just 15 years. He became a void god in 15 years. If he were to continue nurturing normally, not only him, the two elders of the Zong clan and the surrounding elders of the Marquis Manor were all staring at Chanyu Yanzhen in anger. The stronger the family, the higher the status of a member of the family. This Chanyu Yanzhen had caused the talented Yingshan Snow Eagle to be unable to stay in the womb for a long period because of her. If she were to stay for a few hundred years, her bloodline would be even denser, and her potential would be much higher. It was all because of this venomous woman. Poisonous medicinal liquid? Born in just 15 years? Ing Shanlai, who stared at Chanyu Yanzhen with wide eyes. How could this be? Why was this madam of his so daring? Even though he, Ing Shanlai, who had many women, strictly speaking, he only had a single wife, Chanyu Yanzhen. This was a marriage that his father, Marquis Ardenfire, sought for him. It was a genuine betrothal gift, a formal marriage, and a banquet was held. Chan Yu Yenjun was also a disciple from an aristocratic family, and she was at the Unity Realm. Hence, he would usually feel short of breath when facing his wife. As for other women, many of them were directly snatched over, and their statuses were low. Within the marquisdom, those women were usually at the lowest 6th grade, similar to the female servants. Only by giving birth to a child could their statuses rise. Hence, Ing Shanlai, who did not care about those women at all. They were merely used by him to vent his emotions. His feelings towards those women could not even compare to Fu, from the Misty Cloud Pavilion. He would frequently pamper Fu, Instead, it was the several hundred women of his that he rarely met. His wife actually did such a thing. Ing Shanlai, who did not dare believe it. No, I didn't. Chan Yu Yenjun anxiously said, Grandpa Marquis, please investigate clearly. Ever since Yenjun left the Chanyu clan and married into the Ingshan clan, she has always been careful and did not dare to violate the rules of the Ingshan clan. The matter regarding the poisonous medicinal liquid is unrelated to me. There must be someone who wants to destroy the future genius, disciple of my Ingshan clan. Hence, he sent that Manager Tian and framed me. I am innocent. Manager Tian should be killed by you, right? Marquis Ardenfire looked down at Chan Yu Yenjun. I discovered that a servant of his dared to scheme against me. That was why I killed him out of anger. Chan Yu Yenjun said, this was the only thing she did that was not clean. After all, the time was too short, and she could only act personally. Your hands are quite clean. Those who are involved in this matter are either dead or unaware of it. Marquis Ardenfire looked at Chan Yu Yenjun. Yet, you are still reluctant to admit it. There must be someone scheming behind the scenes, framing me. Chan Yu Yenjun added. Marquis Ardenfire looked at her coldly. With a single order, he had already investigated everything that could be investigated. Even though there were treasures that could interfere with time-space, there were still experts within the marquisdom who could disregard such interference and investigate the past. It's a pity that all clues were cut off, those who died or disappeared. But the source of everything seemed to point towards Chan Yu Yenjun. Only the matter regarding Manager Tian was done in the most direct manner. It was done by Chan Yu Yenjun, personally. If it was a weak disciple that was not noticed by Marquis Ardenfire, this matter would most likely be covered up. But after all, it was a talented existence like Ingshan Snow Eagle. 2 elders from the ancestral family. Marquis Ardenfire looked at the 2 elders by the side. This venomous woman still does not admit to it. All right, I'll have to trouble the 2 elders from the ancestral family to bring her back to the ancestral family to investigate her soul. All right, the 2 elders from the ancestral family nodded. Chan Yu Yenjun turned pale. Who? The tall and thin elder from the ancestral family extended his hand. He directly enveloped Chan Yu Yenjun with an unseen power before keeping her into his Eden treasure. Ing Shanlai, who looked at everything with shock. He did not dare to utter a word. Snow Eagle. Marquis Ardenfire turned to Dongbua Shuang. He revealed a grin at that moment and said with a chuckle, Grandpa Marquis. Dongbua Shuang immediately jumped down from the thigh of his mother. His voice was clear. Seeing this chubby little child in front of him, Marquis Ardenfire's mood became great. He chuckled. I've arranged a protector captain for you. He will definitely protect you well. Saying that, Marquis Ardenfire looked outside the palace. A gray-robed old man immediately walked in. This is Elder Tian Iji. Other than me, he will only listen to your orders. Marquis Ardenfire said. Prince Snow Eagle. The gray-robed old man respectfully greeted with a smile. Are you very formidable? Still all right. The gray-robed old man was not arrogant at all. He had completely immersed himself into the role of the protector captain. Marquis Ardenfire waved his hand again. At that moment, 2 black lights flew out. They landed on the ground and turned into two black, mutated beasts. Their fur was glossy and their eyes were blood red. They were emitting an aura at the Unity Realm. This pair are both Blackstream Cloud Wolves. This pair of Blackstream Cloud Wolves abruptly turned into human form. The two black-robed young men bowed at the same time. "Greetings, Master." After a moment, everything was arranged properly. "All right, go. Have a look at the residence I've arranged for the two of you. Also, remember to visit the Book Repository Pavilion and have a look. Tell me after you have decided on your path of cultivation." Marquis Ardenfire said. "Yes, Grandpa Marquis." Dongbua Shueing said with a clear voice. "Then I'll be leaving first. Let us go." Saying that, he called out to his mother. He directly sat on a Blackstream Cloud Wolf. Elder Tian and the other Blackstream Cloud Wolf also left. "You should go back and reflect on yourself." Only then did Marquis Ardenfire reprimand Ing Shanlai Hu. Ing Shanlai Hu could only obediently acknowledge. He felt helpless in his heart, since he came here only to be reprimanded. The two elders from the ancestral family within the palace hall also stood up. "It is time for us to return. This little fellow snow eagle has extraordinary potential. This time he was forced to be born prematurely, and it is truly painful. But this also represents that he has an extremely high potential. I'll report this to Old Ancestor, and by then he will be bestowed with more precious treasures. Who knows, he might even be able to nurture his bloodline." The tall and thin elder from the ancestral family said, "Amen. I'll also properly groom him." Marquis Ardenfire nodded. The Ardenfire Marquisdom occupied a huge area. It was simply a city within a city. Grandpa Marquis, the elders, and the countless disciples that had reproduced over 1 trillion years lived here. This Marquisdom was naturally huge, and there were many residences within. The residence that was arranged for Dongbua Shueing was not any weaker than that of an elder. Wah! This little Prince Shueing, who was doted on by everyone, was currently barefooted, happily running around the mansion. There were many servants within the residence, and a large group of protectors guarding the surroundings. His mother, Rong Xinglan, and sister Ing Shan Xiu had also moved here. This residence was much bigger than Ing Shanlai Hu's and Chanyu Yan Zhen's previous residences. Go! Grandpa Marquis asked me to go to the Book Repository Pavilion. He mentioned that there are many books there, and I haven't seen them yet. Go! Dongbua Shueing directly leaped up. He sat on the Blackstream Cloud Wolf. Go. The two Blackstream Cloud Wolves immediately rushed into the sky. Elder Tian easily followed behind. There was also a team of 9 protectors following behind. These 9 were personal guards, and all of them were at the Unity Realm. Hoo! They whistled as they flew above the Marquisdom. Some of the other disciples within the Marquisdom made way when they saw them. "That is the little Prince Snow Eagle. It's him. He is a void god at birth. Look, even Elder Tian has become his protector." There were all sorts of discussions going on in the distance. Dongbua Shueing did not care. At this moment, he was sitting on the back of the Blackstream Cloud Wolf in a contented manner. His gaze landed on a towering, tall building in the distance. That was the Book Repository Pavilion. The Book Repository Pavilion contained many absolute arts from the lowest level to the highest level. There were strict requirements to enter the higher levels, and the number of times one could enter was limited too. But as for Dongbua Shueing, he could casually browse through the entire Book Repository Pavilion for as long as he wanted. "This is my destination." Dongbua Shueing was not as casual in his heart as he appeared on the surface. He attached great importance to this Book Repository Pavilion. Only by relying on this Book Repository Pavilion can I truly understand the distribution of organizations in the realm heart, great land, and the level of experts. Only by understanding everything can I determine a suitable path of growth for myself. Go, hurry up. The Blackstream Cloud Wolf directly rushed down towards that Book Repository Pavilion. The protectors, by the entrance of the book repository pavilion, saw it from afar. Black Stream Cloud Wolf? Elder Tian? That is the little prince, Snow Eagle. The protectors by the entrance, and even the hidden experts, did not dare to obstruct him. They could only shout from afar, "Prince Snow Eagle, you can enter, but the protectors cannot." Chapter 1017. Those protectors and hidden experts in the book repository pavilion let out a sigh of relief because little Snow Eagle did not cause a ruckus. He directly leapt down from the Black Stream Cloud Wolf and entered the book repository pavilion. Elder Tian, the 2 Black Stream Cloud Wolves, and the 9 personal protectors were waiting outside. They felt reassured since the book repository pavilion was an extremely safe place. Searching for books. The moment he entered, he saw many rows of bookshelves. There were many unique books placed on the bookshelves. They were emitting a mysterious aura. Dongbua Shui casually flipped through a few books the moment he entered. He then proceeded to flip through the other books, looking here and there. He seemed to be reading every single book for a moment. Look, that is little Prince Snow Eagle. He is a void god at birth. Even though the information in these books is transmitted into his soul the moment he flipped through them, allowing him to understand them directly, the first level of the book repository pavilion is filled with the most ordinary books. But the first floor of the library is filled with the most ordinary books. Is he wasting his time here? Some of the disciples of the Marquis's mansion noticed this scene and chatted with each other via voice transmission. They did not dare to say it loudly for fear of angering this little prince, Snow Eagle, who did not understand the ways of the world. They then continued flipping through the books. The first level was filled with miscellaneous books with low value. They were merely flipping through them for the sake of finding traces of ancient, historical remains. Prince Snow Eagle, if you want to find cultivation books, you can go to the 2nd or 3rd level. The higher you go, the more valuable the books will be. At that moment, a disciple from the Marquis Dom came over. He wanted to get familiar with the other party. Many thanks. Dongbua Shui did not even raise his head. He casually waved his hand, and that disciple from the Marquis Dom could only awkwardly retreat. He flipped through the books here and there. It did not seem like he was reading. Even though those who were paying attention to Dongbua Shui in the dark felt speechless, they gradually became too lazy to care about him. There are too many books. There are all sorts of miscellaneous books, and even some fragmented cultivation techniques. Dongbua Shui was slightly speechless. After all, the Marquis Dom had existed for a long time. This book repository pavilion was naturally filled with a vast amount of books. Even with Dongbua Shui's fast speed, he still spent more than 2 hours before he found the book he wanted. Found it. Dongbua Shui flipped through a thick gray book, and his eyes lit up. The very first page caused his eyes to light up. This book described the various nations in the Realm Heart Great Land. After all, the Realm Heart Great Land was too big, and there were many nations. Even primal chaos giants had not been to many places before. There were even some powerful cultivators who were determined to traverse through every single place in the entire Realm Heart Great Land before recording it down for their juniors to read. Good heavens! Looking at it, Dongbua Shui sucked in a breath of cold air. Cultivation in the Realm Heart Great Land far surpassed that in the primal chaos void. The bloodline cultivation system was the #1 system across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. There were many cultivators, and they could allow their children to be extremely powerful the moment they were born. The most outstanding children could even reach the Unity realm at birth. A cosmos god could similarly have several hundred to 1,000 children. During cultivation, there were many absolute arts that complemented the bloodline cultivation system. As for the laws and profound mystery system, witchcraft cultivation system, ancient cultivation system, and other systems, they had long existed here. Moreover, they were much more developed. There were even those like Myriad Realm Tavern Master and Mount Chime who could refine avatars. But it seemed to be a secret importation technique here too. Isn't this too powerful? Dongbua Shue Ing became more and more startled as he read. Realm Heart, Great Land. It existed for a much longer period than the primal chaos void, and its foundation was naturally deeper. Furthermore, there was no mention of a great apocalypse. It had existed for an unknown period of time. One could only ascertain that there had been two War of the Ancient Nations since ancient times. During the war, many nations were destroyed, causing the world to shatter. Many experts fell, and large batches of cosmos gods fell, and now there were a total of more than 150 nations in the Realm Heart, Great Land. This book did not specify the exact number because some of the smaller nations would occasionally emerge or be destroyed. Hence, the number of nations would usually fluctuate. Deducing from this book, there should be close to 1,000 cosmos gods in the Realm Heart, Great Land currently. Dongbua Shue Ing was startled as he read, including those that fell in the history of the primal chaos void. There should only be more than 30 cosmos gods, and the Realm Heart, Great Land was roughly 30 times that of the primal chaos void. That was normal. The 6 strongest nations have a long history. At the very least, they have dozens of cosmos gods, and at the very most, they have more than 100 cosmos gods. Dongbua Shue Ing sighed. The 6 great ancient nations should have more than 500 cosmos gods in total. The other 100 or so nations were comparatively weaker. For instance, the Southern Cloud Nation was considered a Tier 2 nation. It had at least 4 cosmos gods, and the Southern Cloud King was even more famous in the Realm Heart Great Land. Those truly weak nations would usually only have 1 or 2 weaker cosmos gods. It was possible that a battle between cosmos gods would cause such a nation to fall apart. Yuan. Dongbua Shue Ing also saw the description of Yuan in the book. He could not help but tremble. Yuan, he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the Realm Heart, Great Land. During the First and Second War of the Ancient Nations, the Yuan dynasty intervened and the 6 great ancient nations stopped the war. Yuan constructed many God Yuan palaces scattered across the Realm Heart, Great Land. The God Yuan Palace was split into 10 levels. The God Yuan Palace is similar to the Star Pagoda. Dongbua Shue Ing vaguely deduced from the description. The God Yuan Palace and the Star Pagoda seem to divide strength the same, but the Star Pagoda has 9 levels and the God Yuan Palace has 10 levels. Furthermore, the research on cultivation techniques and combat secret techniques in the Realm Heart, Great Land far surpasses that of the primal chaos void. Dongbua Shue Ing felt slightly fearful. According to the description in the book, at the Unity Realm, if one merely researched on the laws and profound mysteries, they could reach the God Yuan Palace 7th level. But by relying on external forces and secret techniques, a Unity Realm expert could unleash a strength at the God Yuan Palace 8th level. Primal Chaos Realm experts usually reach the God Yuan Palace 9th level. But by relying on external forces and secret techniques, they could unleash a strength at the God Yuan Palace 10th level and could even suppress new cosmos gods. A Primal Chaos Realm expert could suppress a new cosmos god? Dongbua Shue Ing praised. At where he came from, the limit of the Primal Chaos Realm was the 9th level. It was amazing for one to survive against a cosmos god. To suppress them, heavily injure them, that was a dream. But it was possible in the Realm Heart, Great Land. Even though this book introduced the various nations, 1/3 of it was praising the Southern Cloud Nation. The Southern Cloud Nation was indeed proud. Even though it was a Tier 2 nation, the religion created by the Southern Cloud King, the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion, was one of the 10 great religions with the most cultivators in the entire Realm Heart, Great Land. This also made the Southern Cloud King famous. Many cultivators from the 6 great ancient nations came here after much hardship just to listen to the teachings of the Southern Cloud King. So powerful, Dongbua Shui-ing felt his heart trembling as he read through the introduction of many absolute arts. Many absolute arts reduced the difficulty of cultivation. If one wanted to spread their religion, the difficulty of cultivation had to be low, and the cultivator had to be strong enough. Because the competition was too intense, some of the more complex absolute arts created by cosmos gods were not willing to learn, and the Southern Cloud sacred religion was famous for its rapid improvement in cultivation. It had even become one of the 10 great religions in the Realm Heart Great Land. This is madness. This is madness. Shuang finally understood what Yuan meant by having a deeper foundation. How deep was it? His hometown was clearly much cruder in terms of cultivation. Chapter 1018. Dongbua Shui-ing searched for similar books within the book repository pavilion. Only after half a month did he stop reading. During this half a month, traces of historical remains, Scarlet Bull Palace treasures. There were many records of various historical remains in the book repository pavilion. But Dongbua Shui-ing could guess that most of them were useless. Those that were recorded should have long been known by others. In the too horrifying War of the Ancient Nations, many experts fell, including batches of cosmos gods. For instance, Scarlet Bull Palace Master was one of the most famous existences that died. Dozens of cosmos gods had died in his hands. Dongbua Shui-ing deduced that he should be at the level of Sacred Master. This made Dongbua Shui-ing understand that there were quite a few Sacred Masters who fell in the history of Realm Heart Great Land. There were probably even more who were still alive. Such a terrifying Realm Heart Great Land. Dongbua Shui-ing muttered inwardly. Even though it was an origin world like the primal chaos void, its foundation was much deeper. No wonder Yuan left behind an opportunity for his descendants to enter the Realm Heart Great Land. There should be more than one like me who reincarnated into the Realm Heart Great Land. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed inwardly. Furthermore, it seems the smaller nations aren't too safe. Dongbua Shui-ing discovered the danger from this. The Southern Cloud Nation was located south of the 6 great ancient nations. Summer Wind Ancient Nation. South of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, all the way to the Black Prison, Insi, there were a total of 4 nations and a huge lake. That Great Lake, it was a famous danger ground in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. The space here was chaotic. Previously, one could be at this location, yet with a single step, one could be 1 trillion kilometers away. Hence, this place became the hiding place for many great devils. Many devils from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation and other places in the Realm Heart Great Land gathered here too. Hence, this place was called the Black Devil Great Lake. The surrounding 4 nations were also known as the Black Devil 4 Nations. The Black Devil Great Lake was huge. It was not any smaller than a nation. There are many devils here and close to 10 cosmos gods. It was one of the most famous gathering places for devils across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. It was hard for the 6 great ancient nations to eliminate them. For instance, the Southern Cloud Nation had the Southern Cloud King. Hence, few devils from the Black Devil Great Lake came to cause trouble. Like the Fiery Zhao Nation, which was also one of the Black Devil 4 nations. Even though they had 3 cosmos gods, they did not have the deterrence of Southern Cloud King. Hence, the Fiery Zhao Nation had practically become the backyard of the Black Devil Great Lake. Devils frequently wreaked havoc, and it was common for cities to be destroyed. Even the Fiery Zhao Emperor could only endure it, because the previous Fiery Zhao Emperor had died at the hands of a demon from the Black Devil Lake. Even though the Southern Cloud Nation was much better, there were still some battles with the Black Devil Great Lake. It's just that cosmos gods would not casually act. Danger lurks everywhere. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. Nations were fought for with strength. For instance, the Snowhook Nation of the Black Devil 4 nations had a total of 5 cosmos gods. They were incredibly powerful, and the Snowhook King was an extremely crazy person. He was not willing to endure against the ancient nations, and had fought with 3 great ancient nations. Even though many died in his nation, the Snowhook King was sufficiently formidable in survival, allowing the nation to survive. Truly amazing. He fought with the 3 great ancient nations, yet a Tier 2 nation like the Snowhook Nation could still stand until now. Dongbua Shwe Ing sighed inwardly. Both the Southern Cloud King and Snowhook King were absolute overlords, but the Southern Cloud King was much gentler. He befriended various parties and spread his absolute art. He had many disciples in the 6 great ancient nations. Hence, the Southern Cloud Nation was comparatively the most stable. Dongbua Shwe Ing placed down the scripture. He made his decision in his heart. From what I read these few days, the most suitable absolute art for me to cultivate is the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. The Southern Cloud sacred religion was one of the 10 great religions in Realm Heart, Great Land. One had to know that there were quite a few cosmos gods at the level of Sacred Master. Yet the Southern Cloud sacred religion could still be ranked among the 10 great religions. The reason why the Southern Cloud sacred religion was so famous was because of an absolute art created by the Southern Cloud King, the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. It was so famous that most cultivators who were slightly stronger in the Realm Heart Great Land would know of this absolute art. In the Southern Cloud Nation, almost everyone knew of it. I have stimulated my void bloodline, and my accumulations in the void are quite deep. Dongbua Shwe Ing chuckled. This Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles is a void-related absolute art. Void. Time and space were things that any cultivator could sense at a very early stage. As long as one was a true god, they could control time and space to a certain extent. To the Realm Heart Great Land, which had many true gods, it was relatively easy to grasp a void-related absolute art. In addition to how powerful it was, one could easily grasp teleportation after cultivating it to a very deep stage. Hence, the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles had the innate potential to spread far and wide. Naturally, there were many void-related absolute arts too. The reason why it could spread far and wide was because it was relatively easy to cultivate. By the lake, Marquis Ardent Fire was currently angling. Dongbua Shwe Ing rode on the black stream Cloud Wolf and rapidly arrived. Elder Tian and the other personal guards were watching from afar. Dongbua Shwe Ing leaped down and said, "Grandpa Marquis, I've read through quite a few books in the book repository pavilion and have decided on what I should cultivate." "Oh, what are you planning to cultivate?" The red-haired male Marquis Ardent Fire chuckled at Dongbua Shwe Ing. Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Dongbua Shwe Ing did not hesitate. This is the most famous absolute art of my Southern Cloud Nation, and is also created by the king. It is suitable for those who are talented in the void. Marquis Ardent Fire looked at Dongbua Shwe Ing. The surrounding void around Dongbua Shwe Ing abruptly fluctuated. Many void ripples appeared. Marquis Ardent Fire's eyes brightened when he saw that, since you have awakened a void-related bloodline, then there shouldn't be any problems. In my Southern Cloud Nation, there are many who cultivate the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Even though it is easy to cultivate, there are very few who could reach a profound realm. You should also focus on cultivating it. Fortunately, my Marquisdom has quite a few cultivators who cultivate the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Dongbua Shwe Ing naturally understood. He was from the Southern Cloud Nation, and it was he who activated this void bloodline. He originally had the accumulation of the void. That was why he chose to cultivate this absolute art. Even though this absolute art was relatively easy to cultivate, it was only relatively. The path of cultivation was ultimately bumpy. But to reach the Unity Realm 8th level, The difficulty would most likely be equivalent to reaching the Unity Realm 7th level back in the Primal Chaos Void. But Dongbu Shueing did not care. Even if he walked the path of the laws and profound mysteries, he was confident of reaching the 9th level. "Are you going to learn it now?" Marquis Ardenfire asked. "Yes," Dongbu Shueing immediately answered. "All right, let's go. I'll bring you to the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace," Marquis Ardenfire said. Marquis Ardenfire looked at the distant Elder Tian and the others. He ordered, "All of you should first return to the residence of Snow Eagle and wait. In a while, I'll personally send him back." "Yes, Grandpa Marquis." Everyone present obeyed. "Let us go." Marquis Ardenfire brought along Dongbu Shueing. A red-haired male brought along a little doll. They directly tore through the void and left the marquisdom. Soon, they arrived at the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace within the Ardent Fire City. The Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. Even in the 6 great ancient nations, there would be a Southern Cloud Sacred Palace located in slightly bigger cities. It accepted cultivators from all over the world to cultivate here. But if one wanted to cultivate to the highest level, most would have to come to the Southern Cloud Nation. And within the Southern Cloud Nation, other than teaching disciples, the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace was also a unique organization that recruited powerful cultivators. Joining the Sacred Palace represented pledging allegiance to the king, and they would obtain all sorts of special benefits. And the one managing the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace within the Ardent Fire City was one of the 2 giants of the city, Chen Yue-Yi. Who? A red-haired male and a little doll stood by the entrance of the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. "Grandpa Marquis is here, personally." A tall and thin male wearing gray armor walked out. As he walked, his entire body felt like a blade cutting apart the void. Wherever he passed, the void would ripple to both sides. His gaze landed on Dongbu Shueing. He chuckled. "This should be the Yingshan Snow Eagle, little prince, right? He is a void god at birth and is amazing. Grandpa Marquis has brought him over to my place. Snow Eagle has decided to join the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion." Marquis Ardenfire chuckled too. Good. Come, let's talk in detail." Chen Yue enthusiastically led the way. Chapter 1019. Ardent Fire City. Within a side hall of the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace, Chen Yue and Marquis Ardenfire were seated by the 2 sides. Each of them had a long table in front of them. Dongbu Shueing was currently just a child and was seated by the side of Marquis Ardenfire. "Little Prince Snow Eagle, even though I'm the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace Hall Master of this Ardent Fire City, I have to make things clear beforehand. There are many cultivation techniques in this world, and there are some formidable inheritances from the 6 great ancient nations spreading within my Southern Cloud Nation. Even though it is hard to find one in Ardent Fire City, it is easy to find one in the capital." Chen Yue smiled. "Even if it is the same void path, the 6 great ancient kingdoms also have similar absolute arts. I advise you to think carefully before deciding on what to focus on. After all, cultivation consumes a lot of energy. Most people focus on one type of absolute art. Younger brother Wei Yi, Yingshan Snow Eagle, has activated his void bloodline." Marquis Ardent Fire chuckled. "Previously, he slightly activated his bloodline in front of me. I could vaguely sense that the aura of that bloodline is ancient and unfathomable. It is a cosmos god bloodline. Haha, Snow Eagle is a disciple of my Yingshan clan. He has a cosmos god level void bloodline in his body, and this bloodline comes from the king. Even some void-related absolute arts from the 6 great ancient nations aren't as suitable for Snow Eagle as the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles." Cosmos god level bloodline? Chen Yue was startled at that moment. There were only a total of 4 cosmos gods in the Southern Cloud Nation, and all of them took different paths. The bloodline of the void could only be that of the monarch, because the four great clans and the aristocratic marquis clans frequently intermarried with one another. Even though they would occasionally intermarry with the neighboring nations, the Southern Cloud King was the only cosmos god with a void bloodline. Over the long years, as long as it was not a relatively ancient batch of old fellows, the Southern Cloud King would be able to have a cosmos god bloodline. Most of the new generation of aristocratic marquis clan disciples had cosmos god bloodline in their bodies. However, it was too thin, and the difficulty of activating it was ridiculously high. The cosmos god bloodline in Dongbua Shui, Ying's body, was similarly thin, but his realm was high. Even without his bloodline, he was fully confident of reaching the pinnacle of primal chaos realm, much less activating his bloodline. With the king's void bloodline in his body, cultivating the southern cloud, 12 sacred styles would indeed yield twice the result with half the effort. Chen Yue nodded. Saying that, he flipped his hand, bringing out a black book. The black book flew straight towards Dongbua Shui and landed in front of him. Dongbua Shui looked at the black book in front of him. The material of the book was pitch black, and it reminded Dongbua Shui of the feeling he had when he looked at the essence of the void, the black fog sphere. Complete scroll. Marquis Ardenfire was slightly startled by the side. It should cost 100,000 cosmos crystals. No need. Chen Yue chuckled and shook his head. Little Prince Snow Eagle's talent is amazing. He is a void god at birth, and he has even activated the void bloodline of the king. You are completely qualified to cultivate the entire Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles for free. I only have to make a simple report to the higher-ups after this. Dongbua Shui understood what was going on. He had read through many books and knew of some of the rules of the Southern Cloud sacred religion regarding the dissemination of absolute arts. The Southern Cloud sacred religion was so famous that it could become one of the top 10 great religions in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Most who joined the Southern Cloud sacred religion would have to cultivate the first half of the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Only after reaching the Unity Realm would they be qualified to cultivate the second half. Furthermore, cultivation required fees. Why did those sects work so hard to spread their absolute arts? It was to earn a huge sum of cosmos crystals. A complete Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles cost a total of 100,000 cosmos crystals. Being one of the top 10 great religions in Realm Heart Great Land, how many cultivators chose to learn it? Even those who majored in other absolute arts would have some understanding of it. The accumulation of a sea of cultivators produced a wealth that could drive even cosmos gods crazy. The Southern Cloud Nation relied on this to earn a frightening amount of wealth. Wealth was resources. In terms of wealth, Southern Cloud King was ranked at the forefront across all cosmos gods across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Many cosmos gods envied the other party. They were also working hard to create an absolute art. Wanting to cultivate an absolute art that was easy and powerful was too difficult. Furthermore, to have spread to such an extent, it needed to be managed well. For instance, cultivating an absolute art did not require a fee. If one's talent was heaven-defying, he could apply to impart the absolute art for free, because absolute geniuses cultivating the absolute art of the Southern Cloud sacred religion would ultimately make the Southern Cloud sacred religion more famous. But the conditions for free were harsh. Dongbua Shui was a disciple from an aristocratic clan within the Southern Cloud Nation. His talent was heaven-defying, and he had awakened the bloodline of the king. Hence, Chen Yue was 100% confident. Hua, Dongbua Shui flipped through the black book in his hand. Just as he flipped it open, a large amount of light shot out from the black book. It directly entered between the eyebrows of Dongbua Shuang. Huh! The mind of Dongbua Shuang boomed. He could vaguely see a scene. Amidst a piece of primal chaos where one could not see the front, the back, the left, and the right, a thin and small figure stood there. Just by standing there, he gave Dongbua Shuang a horrifying suppression. This suppression surpassed that of Jiazu Wuzu and the others. It seemed that only the vast and boundless aura of Sacred Master was stronger by a level. This thin and small figure had a tall nose. His eyes were deep and serene. He then began displaying his techniques. His entire body was like a weapon. His legs, elbows, back, head, palms, fists, fingers. In any case, every part of his body was a terrifying weapon. His techniques were also becoming more and more profound. Towards the end, his power became more horrifying. Hua! The thin and small figure chopped down with his palm. The huge stars in the distance, as well as the many cultivators and flying ships, all turned into a painting in an instant. Those stars, cultivators, and flying ships became a part of the painting. Following that, the thin and small figure tapped out with his finger. With a tap of his finger, everything shattered. Furthermore, at the moment when everything shattered, Dongbua Shuang could vaguely sense a great terror. That horrifying aura was something he had discovered in the past when he peered into the higher dimension through the black fog hole. Following that, everything dissipated. That thin and small figure turned into many pieces of information that fused into the soul of Dongbua Shuang. It was none other than the detailed cultivation technique of the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. But this cultivation technique was vaguely restricted. Dongbua Shuang understood that even if he learned it completely, he could not break through the restriction and impart it to others. What a terrifying absolute art! A single palm caused the entire world to turn into a painting. A single finger broke through the void cage and allowed him to see the higher dimension. Dongbua Shuang was startled. This was only imparted to others by Southern Cloud King. How strong had he become? No wonder he could single-handedly create a religion that could be ranked among the top 10 great religions in the Realm Heart Great Land. It was unfathomable. Within the palace hall, Marquis Ardenfire and Chen Yue were chatting and drinking. They did not disturb Dongbua Shuang, who was beside them. They knew that Dongbua Shuang was currently immersed in the process of receiving the inheritance. Who? Dongbua Shuang placed down the black book. He could not conceal the shock on his face. He had to properly cultivate this absolute art. Little Prince Snow Eagle, you've learned the absolute art too. Chen Yue chuckled. Only after receiving the inheritance would you be able to see the king display the complete Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. In the future, it will be rare for you to have such an opportunity. You should experience it more. Dongbua Shuang nodded. He added, Hall Master, I've heard that the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles that was imparted to others isn't the complete one. Right. Chen Yue nodded. Previously, you have seen the king display the complete art. What you are learning is the simplified version. After all, in order to spread it across the many nations in the Realm Heart Great Land, it has to be cheap and simple. This simplified version is sufficient. You can reach the 7th level strength at the Unity Realm and the 9th level at the Primal Chaos Realm. Dongbua Shuang nodded. One could cultivate it to the 7th level at the Unity Realm and the 9th level at the Primal Chaos Realm. Where he came from, that was the limit. And this was merely the simplified version of this absolute art. If you can reach the 5th level strength at the Unity Realm, I can help you apply to become an inner disciple. By then, your Shan clan just has to spend some effort, and it won't be hard for you to become an inner disciple. By then, you will be able to obtain the complete version of the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Chen Yue chuckled. Actually, many cultivators are ambitious. They want to obtain the complete Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. But how many could unleash the 8th level strength at the Unity Realm? And how many could reach the God Yuan Palace 10th level strength at the Primal Chaos Realm and suppress new Cosmos gods? If you could reach that stage, the king will definitely take the initiative to accept you as a personal disciple and obtain other secret importations. Very soon, Dongbua Shui-ing and Marquis Arden Fire left the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace and returned to the Marquisdom. Returning to his residence, Dongbua Shui-ing immediately began researching this Southern Cloud 12 Sacred Styles. Chapter 1020. Yingshan City was a great city ranked at the forefront across the entire Southern Cloud Nation. The city was vast and boundless, and it was where the Yingshan ancestral family was located. Within the ancestral family, there was a towering, snowy mountain peak. There were more than 10 houses here, and it was relatively quiet. This was where the old ancestor of the entire Yingshan clan, Old Mother Yingshan, lived. Ancestor. An elder from the Zom clan respectfully greeted. Old Mother Yingshan was seated cross-legged on a huge rock overlooking the huge Yingshan clan king residence. She shook her head. That little fellow called Snow Eagle has a great talent, but it's a pity that he was forced to be born prematurely after just 15 years. Otherwise, if they were to be reborn after a few hundred years, the bloodline in their bodies would be much stronger. What a pity. Oh, right. Is it confirmed that Chanyu Yenjin is the murderer? No. The white-haired elder respectfully said, We used an illusory realm array to trap her in an illusory realm. In the illusory realm, she will obediently confess everything. But in the illusion, she said that she didn't kill him and that someone framed her. Oh, the wrinkled old face of Old Mother Yingshan remained expressionless. There are 2 possibilities. 1, she was indeed wronged. Secondly, she should have erased a portion of her own memories. The doyen from the ancestral clan spoke. Erased memories can't be recovered, and there's no way to verify it. For cultivation experts, it was indeed not difficult to erase memories. But if he erased it, he would truly forget about it. Even he himself believed that his altered memories were real. We have also tried our best to investigate the other clues, but all of them have been cut off. Other than some that could not be investigated, the ones that could be investigated were all destroyed by Chanyu Yenjin. The ancestral clan doyen said, Right now, we don't have any evidence. We can only deduce that Chanyan was the one who did it and even erased her own memories. She's a descendant of a noble family. If you want to kill her, you need evidence. If not, King Ho would have to act personally. An elder from the ancestral clan spoke. The descendants of noble clans had special privileges. The Southern Cloud Nation had its laws too. Aristocratic clan disciples could not be casually killed. Naturally, those like Marquis Arden Fire and Old Mother Yingshan who were conferred marquises and conferred kings had greater authority. They could directly attack and kill him. Hualai, this brat has encountered such a thing even though he is managing a marquisdom. Old Mother Yingshan frowned. Back then, this marriage. It was Marquis Ardent Fire who personally asked for this marriage with the Chanyu clan. One had to know that there were only 3 female conferred kings in the Southern Cloud Nation. Old Mother Yingshan had an extremely good relationship with the old ancestor of the Chanyu clan, Empress Chanyu. They were like sisters. This marriage was something that Old Mother Yingshan had once mentioned to Empress Chanyu. Chanyu Yenjin did not teach her well. She will be stripped of all her status in the marquisdom and chased out of the residence. Old Mother Yingshan casually said, on account of the fact that he had mentioned this marriage to Lady Chanyu before, she had shown some mercy. However, Chanyu Yenjin would no longer be a descendant of an aristocratic clan. Although she was at Unity Realm 4th level, she would only be an ordinary commoner. It would be a small matter for an aristocratic clan descendant to kill her. Those lands, cavern dwellings, shops, and other resources under Yingshan Lai, whose name would no longer be touched by her. This is something I prepared for the little snow eagle to nurture his bloodline. He should have great potential that can be excavated. Old Mother Ingshan waved her hand and threw out a storage wristband. As for other resources and treasures, prepare them according to your identity as an Ingshan Golden Order disciple. All right, hurry up and send it over. Yes, this elder respectfully acknowledged. Old Mother Ingshan's eyes were filled with expectation. Those who were born prematurely would be the ones with the strongest bloodline in the history of the Ingshan clan. After all, in the realm heart Great Land, only a clan was truly united. It was common for a clan to escape and seek refuge in another nation when they could not stand it. Strictly speaking, the Black Devil Four Nations were part of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, of the 6 great ancient nations in the earliest period. It's just that over time, and after 2 War of the Ancient Nations, some clans broke away from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation and occupied a piece of land to build their own nation. Some clans even offended other superpowers and were forced to flee, seeking refuge in another nation. Hence, when a genius appeared in a clan, the clan would definitely do their best to groom him. Every child born in the clan would be carefully nurtured. It's just that as the clan was too big, there would inevitably be some black sheep. Let's see when this little fellow snow eagle will break through to the Unity Realm. Old Mother Ingshan thought. By seeing how long he takes to reach the Unity Realm, we can determine the potential of his bloodline. Scram. In the future, if you dare take half a step into the Marquisdom, I'll kill you. Chan Yu Yenjin stood outside the Marquisdom in a daze. Her eyes were filled with despair. Ever since she joined the Ingshan clan, she was no longer a member of the Chanyu clan. Instead, she was a part of the Ingshan clan. Now that she was stripped of her identity and chased out of the Marquisdom, she was a commoner. Everything was gone. Gone. I really didn't. Chan Yu Yenjin muttered. I am innocent. She erased and altered her memories so as to escape death. Until now, even she felt that she did not do anything and was innocent. Mother. Outside the Marquisdom, 2 males brought along some servants and protectors standing there. Chan Yu Yenjin looked over. My son, I am innocent. Mother, little brother, and I know you are innocent. It's just that currently that Ingshan Snow Eagle is doted on by the entire Ingshan clan. Grandpa Marquis is also standing on his side. So what if his bloodline is strong? He might not be strong. In the future, when I become a conferred Marquis, I'll directly kill him so that Mother can vent her anger. The eldest son gritted his teeth. The second son was more low profile. After all, the eldest son had long reached the Unity Realm and was at the 4th level strength. He was qualified to say these words. The second son was currently at the Void God Origin Birth Realm and did not have the confidence to do so. Mother, I've arranged a residence for you. Go, endure it for now. Let's see what that little bastard can do in the future. I'm afraid he will have to cultivate for a long time before he reaches the Unity Realm. That eldest son snorted angrily. Zhongfu Ai, I am truly innocent. Let's go, the entire Ingshan clan is siding with that Ingshan Snow Eagle. Even though Chan Yu Yenjin felt great resentment in her heart, she was clear that she had been stripped of her identity as an aristocratic, noble disciple. Hence, she was much more cautious when she spoke. Time passed. Dongbua Shui Ing did not place the Chan Yu Yenjin in his eyes. After all, in his eyes, becoming a conferred king was an easy task for him. His goal was to become a cosmos god. Cultivation was the most important. In the blink of an eye, 1,500 years passed. To cultivators, this period was as short as 10 days to half a month for mortals. Ardent Fire Marquisdom. Dongbua Shuang was currently seated within a courtyard filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. He held onto a book in his hand. His body felt warm. The spiritual liquid given by this old ancestor of the Ingshan clan is indeed good for nurturing the bloodline. This void bloodline of mine has become several dozen times denser, allowing me to cultivate more easily. It was mainly because it was too thin previously. Under normal circumstances, there was no value in nurturing such a thin bloodline. But there were many similarities between the void of the realm heart great land and the void of the primal chaos void. Cultivation was originally simple and easy. With a void god soul, Dongbua Shuiying's cultivation speed was much faster than when he was in the womb. Furthermore, with the void bloodline as a reference and the corresponding absolute art, Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles, Dongbua Shuiying had actually succeeded in cultivating the third style of the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles, in just 1,500 years, allowing him to reach the 5th level star pagoda strength in the past. In other words, he was at the God Yuan Palace 5th level strength. With this strength, he could naturally awaken and step into the Unity realm. No rush, no rush. Even though I want to portray the image of an absolute genius and was previously forced into the world, it is still too fast for me to reach the Unity realm in just 1,000 years. MN, it would be best if it is closer to 10,000 years. Dongbua Shuiying pondered. Let's do it for 8,000 years. He had read through too many miscellaneous books, and according to the examples of other bloodline-related absolute geniuses, he made a breakthrough plan for himself. He did not wish for himself to be too dazzling and be suspected of reincarnating, resulting in an ultra-strong expert coming over to inspect his memories. "My son, my son!" A loud shout could be heard from outside. One could see a male, filled with smiles, rushing over from afar. He was extremely passionate and cheerful. Dongbua Shuiying could not help but clutch his head. Oh, my father! This father of his, Shan Lai Hu, was truly an exquisite character. Asterisk. Chapter 1021. My son is reading. Father has brought you some of your favorite food. Shan Lai, who flipped his hand. A wooden plate appeared with a single hand. On the wooden plate were some wooden cages and jade plates. All of them were filled with delicacies that emitted a strong fragrance. In the past, when Dongbua Shuiying chased after the destruction devils, he had also tasted all sorts of delicacies. Now that he reincarnated into the realm heart great land, other than reading through many books, he would frequently visit the famous restaurants and taverns in the Ardent Fire City to eat delicacies. Currently, many aristocratic clan disciples in the Ardent Fire City knew that Prince Snow Eagle loved to eat. Elder Tian, I'm going to enter closed-door cultivation. Nobody is to disturb me. Dongbua Shuiying turned around and left. My son, my son! Shan Lai Hu hurriedly came over. Elder Tian blocked in front of Shan Lai Hu. Prince Snow Eagle is going to enter closed-door cultivation. Don't disturb him. AI. Shan Lai Hu could only helplessly twitch his lips when he saw that. He casually took a snack from one of the wooden cages and threw it into his mouth. He doesn't want to eat such delicious food. Truly woo, I'll let Xinglan eat it. Turning around, Shan Lai Hu went to find Rong Xinglan. Elder Tian muttered to himself when he saw this. This Shan Lai Hu's skin is really thick. The two black stream cloud wolves that were lying there glanced at the leaving Shan Lai Hu before closing their eyelids and went back to sleep. I can't beat or drive them away. Their skin is so thick too. What a headache. Dongbua Shuiying hid in a pagoda. Within the pagoda, there were waves of spatial turbulence. At the center, there was a huge stone floating 3 meters in diameter. The moment Dongbua Shuiying entered, he appeared on top of that stone and sat down cross-legged. The surrounding spatial turbulence revolved around, and some of it permeated into the body of Dongbua Shuiying. This was a void god pagoda, specially bought by the Ardent Fire Marquisdom for the sake of cultivating the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles. It was meant for Dongbua Shuiying to cultivate. The father of this life. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. He disliked Shan Lai Hu from the bottom of his heart. After all, before he revealed his shocking talent, Shan Lai Hu did not care about the life and death of his children. He only knew how to enjoy himself. He did not have any feelings for Rome Xinglan in the past. Just this alone was enough to cause Dongbua Shui-ing to dislike him. However, ever since his birth, he had been too dazzling. Ing Shanlai, who would come here every few days, he welcomed the other party with a smile and was very passionate. He could ignore him, but Ing Shanlai, who would turn around to coax Rong Xinglan, he would often bring some food and drinks and some accessories to coax Rong Xinglan. Rong Xinglan discovered that her husband was treating her so well. Even though she knew that he was trying to curry favor with her, she gradually forgave him. Now that the relationship between Rong Xinglan and Ing Shanlai who became better, Dongbua Shui-ing could only try his best to hide. Whatever, as long as mother is happy and as long as he doesn't stir up trouble. I'll just treat him as a happy fruit for mother. Since I'm in seclusion, I should cultivate seriously. Dongbua Shui-ing glanced at the book in his hand before keeping it. This book also introduced the Southern Cloud King. During these years, Dongbua Shui-ing had collected many books on the Southern Cloud King. He had also collected some intelligence, discovering that the Southern Cloud King had long reached the pinnacle of voidification. He even had avatars. This made Dongbua Shui-ing feel that he had a bright future in the Southern Cloud sacred religion. It was worth it for him to focus on his cultivation. Keeping the book, Dongbua Shui-ing sat cross-legged on a floating rock. He began cultivating. Dongbua Shui-ing was different from others. He did not encounter any bottlenecks in cultivating the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. After all, the highest level of this simplified version was merely the God Yuan Palace 9th level strength. In addition to how powerful the Southern Cloud King was, the technique he created was easier to learn. Its difficulty was equivalent to creating an 8th level star pagoda technique in his previous life. In addition, there were many similarities between the void of the two origin worlds. Hence, he did not encounter any bottlenecks. As for his other main cultivation path, the Tao of Mirage, because the laws and profound mysteries were completely different, it was much slower for him to cultivate it. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shui-ing chose to rely on the Tao of Void to break through to the primal chaos realm. Only when his soul was stronger would he be able to cultivate the Tao of Mirage faster. Hong long long, his body was ringing. There were a total of 8 prismatic crystal pillars embedded within the Void God Pagoda. The chaotic spatial flow that was produced continuously permeated into the body of Dongbua Shui-ing, influencing his body. Some of the treasures and medicines he consumed were also nourishing his muscles, bones, and blood vessels, causing the blood vessels in his body to become denser. Actually, this God Pagoda was primarily used to cultivate the Southern Cloud sacred body. The Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles came with an important body cultivation technique, the Southern Cloud sacred body. The further one cultivated the Southern Cloud sacred body, the more precious treasures were required. Absorbing the essence of these treasures into one's body was akin to using the body as a secret treasure weapon. Once it was cultivated to the pinnacle, any part of the body could be used as a weapon in battle. His body could be said to be indestructible. Furthermore, it had the effect of voidification, allowing him to penetrate through the void and escape. Hence, this Southern Cloud sacred body was a relatively perfect survival technique. This was also one of the reasons why the Southern Cloud sacred religion could become one of the top 10 great religions in Realm Heart Great Land, despite coming from a Tier 2 nation. Time passed. Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing suddenly sensed something. He abruptly stopped cultivating. 8,000 years have passed. Dongbua Shui-ing softly nodded. His plan was to break through to the Unity Realm when he was 8,000 years old. Even though time passed silently during cultivation, he would naturally stop at this point in time. I've mastered the 4th and 5th style of the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Dongbua Shui-ing sat cross-legged there. His entire body suddenly burst forth with formless void blades, flying out in all directions. Wherever they passed, ripples would appear in the void, and his might was so great that he even faintly had the demeanor of Chun Yue. So, 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 so. Dongbua Shui Ying's body suddenly flashed. He teleported around the inner space of this void god pagoda before returning to his original position on top of the huge rock. I've grasped teleportation too. Dongbua Shui Ying softly nodded. The fourth and fifth style of the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles were techniques at the god Yuan Palace 6th level. The 6th and 7th style were techniques at the 7th level, and the 8th style was at the Primal Chaos Realm 7th level, because some Primal Chaos giants might not reach the 7th level just by using the profound mysteries at the Unity Realm. Hence, the 8th style utilized some profound mysteries at the Primal Chaos Realm, allowing most Primal Chaos giants to reach the 7th level. Only those at the 7th level were qualified to be conferred as conferred marquee. The 9th and 10th style were at the God Yuan Palace 8th level. The 11th and 12th style were at the God Yuan Palace 9th level. I'm going out for a walk to relieve my boredom. When I return, I'll break through to the Unity Realm. Dongbua Shui Ying stood up. God Yuan Palace 6th level. One had to know that within the Marquisdom, disciples of the God Yuan Palace 5th level could become elders. As long as the honored guests at the God Yuan Palace 6th level were loyal to the Marquisdom, they could also become elders. An expert with such strength could casually join the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace, and he would have a high position with special privileges. In another origin world, Primal Chaos Void, new Primal Chaos giants merely had the combat strength of the 6th level, leaving the Void God Pagoda. So. The 2 black stream cloud wolves that were guarding outside the pagoda immediately rushed over. In reality, there were guards guarding the surrounding courtyards of the Void God Pagoda. When Dongbua Shui Ying was in closed-door cultivation, other than Master Marquis, nobody dared to barge in. I'm going out for a walk. Dongbua Shui Ying had grown taller, giving him the demeanor of a handsome young man. Very soon, a carriage pulled by 2 dragon beasts appeared. The handsome young man sat on the carriage with 2 black stream cloud wolves lying in front of him. Beside him stood Elder Tian and his 9 personal guards at the back of the carriage. Who? The carriage rapidly arced through the sky and flew out of the Marquisdom. Prince, where should we go first? Elder Tian asked. Let's go to the Lu Zhen restaurant first. It has been a long time since I ate. My stomach is already growling. Dongbua Shui Ying said. The 2 black stream cloud wolves lying by his feet let out joyful roars. Clearly, the 2 of them liked the delicacies of the Lu Zhen restaurant. Chapter 1022. The Liu Zhen restaurant stretched for 2 to 3 miles along the street. Row upon row of pavilions were built, and the number of customers was like a tide. It was very lively. Young Master Snow Eagle, you haven't been here for a long time. Please come in, please come in. How about I arrange the Lord supporting building for you? A restaurant manager immediately took the initiative to welcome him. After all, in terms of status, this little prince Ingshan Snow Eagle was ranked at the forefront in the entire Ardent Fire City. If he were to offend this Snow Eagle little prince, the entire restaurant would likely have to close down. Below one of the pavilions in the entire restaurant, the auxiliary Lord Pavilion, the carriage, and the dragon beast were also arranged there. Large pots of fruits and beast meat were also prepared for the dragon beast. The 2 dragons were also gobbling down the food. On the upper floor of Fu Jun Building, Dongbua Shui Ying and Elder Tian shared a table, while the 9 personal guards split into 2 tables at the corner. The 2 black stream cloud wolves were also served with exquisite plates of delicacies. Although this Liu Zhen restaurant is barely ranked in the top 10, I like it the most. Dong Shui Ing ate to his heart's content. As a powerful cultivator, eating was purely for the enjoyment of delicious food. After all, not eating or drinking for hundreds of millions of years was a small matter. The maids were like clouds, serving delicacies one after another. These maids were usually world deities, or true gods. Due to their abilities, it was not easy for them to find a good job in the ardent fire city. Hence, they could only run errands and become servants. Only after becoming a void god could he start doing some difficult tasks. After eating and drinking for more than an hour, his entire body was covered in perspiration. Dong Shui Ing gradually stopped drinking and started to enjoy his wine. At the same time, he was also looking at the scenery outside the window. Dong Shui Ing suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. About 10 miles away, Dong Shui Ing furrowed his brows. "Young master," Elder Tian asked. "I'm almost done. It's time to go." Dong Shui Ing stood up. Elder Tian, the 2 black stream cloud wolves, and the bodyguards were almost done with their meals. They all stood up, more than 10 li away from the street. A luxurious carriage streaked across the sky. The carriage was pulled by 8 purple-gold dragon beasts, and there were dozens of beautiful maids surrounding the carriage. Wherever he passed, even the cultivators on the streets would move to the side, not daring to look up, because those who lived slightly longer in Ardent Fire City knew that this carriage belonged to the Misty Cloud Pavilion Master, Chen Yufeng. Being the owner of the biggest money-squandering establishment in Ardent Fire City, the Misty Cloud Pavilion, Chen Yufeng's status was naturally extremely high. He was definitely an influential figure in Ardent Fire City. Even those aristocratic clan descendants wouldn't dare to offend him, let alone the commoners. Inside the luxurious carriage, the outside of the carriage was only about 10 feet wide, but the inside was more than 100 feet wide. 2 chubby men sat opposite each other, both of them being served by beauties. A plump man was naturally Chen Yufeng. His face was filled with smiles, making people feel as though they were bathing in the spring breeze. As for the other plump man, he was relatively tall and big. He was emitting a faint, terrifying, and austere aura. As he breathed, there was a faint black aura coming out from his nose, causing the beauties beside him to tremble in fear. "Brother Qian, I'll have to trouble you this time to give me more goods." Chen Yufeng complained, "I don't have enough goods. My days are tough too. There aren't many goods. This distribution is something that offends others." That plump man nonchalantly said, "I know Brother Qian isn't having an easy life too. Naturally, I won't mistreat Brother Qian." Chen Yufeng passionately said, "There's no rush." That plump man remained indifferent. "Yes, yes, yes. Come, come, come. Have a taste of this heavenly dawn spirit wine. This is a fine wine brewed by our king after he left the realm Heart Great Land and discovered the heavenly dawn god tree in the surrounding primal chaos stars. It is rare for me to get my hands on some." Chen Yufeng waved his hand and a translucent wine flask appeared in front of him. Through the wine flask, one could see the wine liquid that was suffused with green light rippling inside. This wine flask directly flew to the table in front of that obese and huge man. "Oh, Heavenly Dawn spirit wine?" Only then did the plump man reveal a grin. "Good wine, good wine." That plump man seemed relatively satisfied. As he drank, he looked outside. This carriage was sealed, but those outside could not see into the carriage. Nevertheless, those inside could easily see the scenery outside. Enjoying the service of beauties and drinking the wine, this plump man revealed a grin. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. That is, the plump man saw a pair of commoners on the distant street. That woman was merely a true god, yet there were faint red god imprints revolving in the eyes of the plump man. He could not help but feel delighted in his heart. The spiritual light emitted by this soul is so dense. It is truly a good guiding medicine. TSK, TSK. I was lucky enough to discover it. Stop. The plump man said, "Quickly stop." Chen Yufeng shouted. The carriage rapidly stopped. Only then did Chen Yufeng smile. "Brother Qian, what's the matter?" "That woman." The plump man pointed to the distant street. "She is wearing a violet robe and has a jade hairpin on her head." Saying that, he could not help but condense the illusory figure of a woman by the side. "I want this woman," the plump man said. Chen Yufeng looked from afar. He was extremely well informed in Ardent Fire City. There were not many aristocratic clan disciples, but there were only so many of them. He recognized all of them. With a single glance, he could ascertain that the origin of that woman was very ordinary. Even if she came from an aristocratic clan, she was merely a true god and had a low status. "Brother Qian, rest assured. I will immediately capture her." Chen Yufeng chuckled. The plump man nodded. He was an outsider, and it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. However, it was very simple for Chen Yufeng to do such a thing. Yan Wen and his daughter had long seen that luxurious carriage in the distant sky. They recognized that it belonged to the Misty Cloud Pavilion Master and naturally moved to the side of the road. However, the carriage swooped down and stopped not too far away from them. On the carriage, the curtain of the carriage opened, revealing two plump men who were being served by many beauties. Among them, the Misty Cloud Pavilion's master, Chen Yufeng, was looking downwards. His pair of small eyes were looking downwards, but they were very cold. His gaze landed on Yan Wen and his daughter. "Bring that woman over." Yes, the female attendants outside the carriage had extraordinary strength. Instantly, two Unity Realm female attendants flew down. "Spare my life, Misty Cloud Pavilion Master, spare my daughter." That middle-aged man, Yan Wen, hurriedly knelt down and begged, "I am a Pale Master of the Yen clan's medicinal hall. Please give me some face." The girl Yen, you also knelt down in fear. "Humph." Chen Yufeng snorted coldly. He coldly glanced at Yan Wen and his daughter and was too lazy to speak. Yan Wen was extremely terrified and his heart was in a mess. He was very clear, even though the master of their medicinal hall had some status. He did not dare to utter a word in front of the Misty Cloud Pavilion Master, let alone a pill master like him. "Father," Yan Yu was also anxious and terrified. What would be the outcome if she fell into the hands of the Misty Cloud Pavilion Master? If she was lucky, she would only be toyed with by the customers of the Misty Cloud Pavilion. If she was unlucky, she would probably lose her life. Shua, a figure appeared. It was a gray-robed old man. This gray-robed old man appeared in front of the kneeling Yan Wen and his daughter. Waving his hand, Hong. A void ripple blasted on the bodies of those two Unity Realm female attendants who were rushing down. Those two female attendants were immediately forced back. Tianiji, Misty Cloud Pavilion Master Chen, Yufeng looked down with a cold gaze. When he saw that gray-robed old man, he could not help but frown. He recognized that was the honored guest of Marquis Ardent Fire, Tian Yiji. At this moment, a carriage arced through the sky and flew over. There was a handsome young man seated on the carriage with two black stream cloud wolves lying in front of him. Behind him were 9 cold and stern personal guards. Pavilion Master Chen Yu, why? You are even thinking of snatching my female attendants? The handsome young man sat there. He extended his hand and caressed the smooth back fur of the huge black stream cloud wolves. He indifferently said, his voice reverberated in midair. Many cultivators on the surrounding streets did not dare to utter a word. Prince Snow Eagle. A smile appeared on the face of Pavilion Master Chen Yu. He merely frowned slightly as he looked at the plump male beside him. The gaze of that plump male was cold. He looked at Dongbua Shuiying, who was seated on the carriage. Dongbua Shuiying was similarly looking at that plump male. Chapter 10:23. Yan Wen and his daughter knelt there. They held their breaths. They were both excited and frightened. They could not help but look at the two carriages pulled by the dragon beasts in midair. One carriage was luxurious with Pavilion Master Chun Yufeng and the mysterious plump male on it. The other carriage had that Angshan Snow Eagle little prince, who was currently caressing the fur of the black stream Cloud Wolf. Father, Yen Yu transmitted to her father. Rest assured, rest assured. The status of Prince Snow Eagle is extraordinary. Since he has spoken, that Pavilion Master Chun, you will definitely give him some face. Yen Wen transmitted a message to comfort his daughter, though he was feeling uneasy in his heart. Many cultivators on the street had already retreated to the two sides. Even though they did not dare to make any noise, they were still watching the situation unfold. The two parties clashing above, they were absolutely big characters in the entire Ardent Fire City. One party controlled the biggest money-squandering den and had many subordinates under him. His influence was huge. The other party was the Yingshan clan's little prince Snow Eagle, who was doted on by many. Old Mother Yingshan regarded him highly. Prince Snow Eagle, is it possible for you to part with this female attendant of yours? Chen Yufeng smiled. He was very passionate. I'll naturally not let Prince Snow Eagle suffer a loss. You know she is mine, yet you still want to snatch her away? Dongbua Shui Ing sat there and casually said. Chen Yufeng's expression froze. She was just a little girl, yet she did not give him any face at all. If this Prince Snow Eagle little prince was deliberately finding trouble with him to obtain some benefits, Chen Yufeng would still be willing to give some benefits to the other party. Who would have thought that this Snow Eagle little prince was really foolish enough to stand up for a weak little girl? Chen Yufeng glanced at the plump male by the side. I hope for you to help me capture this girl. I'll definitely remember this favor of Brother Chen Yu. The matter of the goods can be discussed too. The plump male transmitted. Chen Yufeng felt bitter in his heart. Clearly, Brother Chen was not willing to give up. Brother Chen, this Prince Snow Eagle little prince is too young and tender. This kind of greenhorn is the hardest to deal with. Chen Yufeng transmitted. With Brother Chen Yu's status in the Ardent Fire City, can't you do this? The plump hunk transmitted. AI, this is ultimately the Ardent Fire City, and the status of Marquis Ardent Fire cannot be shaken. Furthermore, this little Prince Snow Eagle has said that she is his female attendant. It was my fault for trying to snatch it forcefully. If things get out of hand, I won't be able to gain any advantage. Chen Yufeng said. Robbing civilians, killing one or two civilians, given how vast the Ardent Fire City was with billions and billions of cultivators within, it was indeed a small matter. Even according to the law, if a noble descendant committed such a crime, he would only be fined some universe crystals. But in reality, as long as they didn't make a big deal out of it and the number of robberies and killings weren't many, there wouldn't be any punishment. After all, the punishment for robbing a commoner wasn't much. If there were thousands or tens of thousands of robbers and the punishment was severe, even the nobles wouldn't be able to handle it. Still not coming up? Let your father go back first. Dongbua Shui Ing couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with them. He ordered. Elder Tian immediately extended his hand and pulled that girl. At the same time, he transmitted to this father-daughter pair. Follow the prince first. As for you as a father, if you want to see your daughter, you can visit the marquisdom. Hurry up and go. Yen Wen hurriedly urged. Amen, the daughter Yen Yu acknowledged. South, Elder Tian pulled this girl and flew over to the side of Dongbua Shuiying's carriage. She obediently stood by the side of Dongbua Shuiying like a female attendant. Go. Dongbua Shuiying was too lazy to even look at Pavilion Master Chen Yufeng. The two dragon beasts let out a roar. They immediately pulled the carriage and arced through the sky. Only the carriage of Misty Cloud Pavilion Master remained there. Hua! Pavilion Master Chen Yufeng closed the curtains. He looked at the sullen, plump male and advised, This little prince is too young, and his way of doing things is rude and unreasonable. But we are in the wrong in this matter, and we can't win against him. It's useless, even if I tried to stop him. If I dared to act, the army of the Ardent Fire Marquisdom would kill their way over. Pavilion Master Chun, Yu Feng, let out a sigh of relief. After all, Dongbu Shuiing had left so decisively that Pavilion Master Chun, Yu Feng, did not need to say anything else. Humph! The plump male had a sullen expression. A black aura flowed on the surface of his body as he coldly said, "Let's go to the misty cloud pavilion first." Good, good, good. Chen Yufeng answered. Hua! Very soon, this luxurious carriage began flying towards the misty cloud pavilion. The father of that girl, Yan Wen, who was left behind, let out a sigh of relief when he saw this, even though he guessed that the other party would not be angry at him for failing to snatch his daughter away. After all, from the looks of it, Pavilion Master Chun, Yu Feng, did not wish to shed all pretense of cordiality with the little Prince Snow Eagle. Fortunately, Prince Snow Eagle appeared. Otherwise, we would be in deep trouble. He sighed inwardly. Even though there were many cultivators in the Ardent Fire City, and with the fines as punishment, aristocratic marquises would rarely kill or plunder, he still felt despair when it happened to him. But living within the city was better than living outside the city. Outside the city was a true chaotic world of slaughter. True gods, and ordinary void gods like them, would not be able to survive for long outside before being killed. Little Prince Snow Eagle is really formidable. He actually did not give any face to the Misty Cloud Pavilion Master. Why would little Prince Snow Eagle care about that Misty Cloud Pavilion Master? With the talent of little Prince Snow Eagle, he will definitely have a bright future. He might even become a conferred Marquis in the future. Right, he will become a conferred Marquis. He will naturally be different from other aristocratic marquises. The surrounding cultivators continued walking. They were discussing in groups of 2s and 3s. To them, this was practically a clash between the top existences in the Ardent Fire City. As for the higher existences, it was likely only Marquis Ardent Fire and Chen Yue. On the carriage, Dongbu Shuiing sat there. The female attendant Yan Yu said gratefully, "Many thanks, Prince Snow Eagle, for saving my life." "I've spoken. Yet that Misty Cloud Pavilion Master still wants to snatch you away. It seems that it is the intention of his companion. He has a strong desire to snatch you away." Dongbu Shuiing nonchalantly said, "In the future, you will temporarily be my female attendant. Without the protection of this identity, you will likely be snatched away very soon." "Yes," Yan Yu answered. She had also discovered that the plump male beside Pavilion Master Chun, Yu Feng, was looking at her with a cold and greedy gaze. "Elder Tian, investigate who is on the carriage with Pavilion Master Chun, Yu Feng today," Dongbu Shuiing said. "He shouldn't be someone from the Ardent Fire City. I'll get the Marquisdom to investigate after returning." Tian Yiji added. Dongbu Shuiing nodded. He could see with a glance that the aura of that plump male was relatively evil. Furthermore, he did not seem to care about Chen Yufeng, but he was ultimately at the Unity Realm. Dongbu Shuiing did not place him in his eyes. Currently, he had already cultivated the 4th and 5th style of the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles. Those 2 styles were at the 6th level strength. As for the 7th level strength, if he had the 7th level strength, he could directly become a conferred Marquis. Hence, even though Dongbu Shuiing had cultivated for 8,000 years, he had reached an extremely high level in the Ardent Fire City. Very soon, the carriage arrived at the region of the Treasured Goods Market. There were many shops in the entire Treasured Goods Market. These shops were selling pills, materials, weapons, and all sorts of rare and precious treasures of varying grades. Like in the primal chaos, void, and 5 great sacred worlds where he came from, such transactions were usually monopolized by the holy grounds. But it was different in the realm heart, great land. All sorts of transactions were more flourishing here. The entire treasured goods market was even operated by a huge array preventing anyone from snatching away any weapons or treasures from any shop in the treasured goods market. Prince Snow Eagle, it has been a long time since you came. Prince Snow Eagle, please come in. Following the arrival of Dongbu Shuang, the managers of various shops were extremely enthusiastic, because in the thousands of years after he was born, other than enjoying eating all sorts of delicacies, his other favorite hobby was to stroll around the treasured goods market. He would stroll around the shops and observe the refinement of various weapons. He even saw some items that came out from ancient ruins. These allowed Dongbu Shuang to discover different kinds of profound mysteries from them. Dongbu Shuang came to a relatively huge shop. Just as he entered, he saw a spear emitting an ancient and brutal aura floating at the center of the shop. Amen? When Dongbu Shuang saw that spear and sensed that aura, his eyes could not help but brighten. Prince Snow Eagle, you have a good eyesight. The manager by the side said enthusiastically when he saw that. Asterisk. Chapter 10:24. Let me take a look. Dongbu Shuang directly said, interrupting the long speech that the manager was about to give. Please, please. The manager said. Only then did Dongbu Shuang extend his hand to grab this spear. The surface of the spear was covered with many vein patterns, and it felt comfortable holding onto the spear body. Pulling the spear body became like a dragon. It even let out a faint cry. The manager muttered inwardly when he saw that. This little Prince Snow Eagle seems to know spear techniques. Dongbu Shuang held onto the end of the spear body with his left hand. His right hand slowly caressed the spear body. A sense of familiarity filled his heart. Before reincarnating, he primarily cultivated the Tao of Mirage, and the Mirage and Illusory realm was not suitable for close combat. Hence, he chose to use the spear in close combat in the past. Eventually, he gave up on it. But in the realm Heart Great Land, Dongbu Shuang decided to cultivate two Tao paths. One was still the Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm, since he was talented in this aspect. And the other was the Tao of Void. After all, he originally had deep accumulations. He had obtained the inheritance of Void, Primogenitor, and Monarch 9 Cloud. He also had the opportunity to observe and comprehend the scaled armor of General Mogu. Furthermore, he had spent 1 trillion years in the Lost World Corridor. With all these foundations, and during the teleportation of the Realm Heart Order, Shuang felt another way of using the Void. In addition, he had joined the Southern Cloud sacred religion in the Realm Heart Great Land. Hence, he naturally cultivated two Tao paths, and the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles was a close combat absolute art. Most cultivators could use their bodies as weapons, but they could use other weapons too. In this life, I shall use the spear again, Dongbu Shuang thought. 1. Following that, his consciousness permeated into the spear in his hand. Previously, it was the aura of this spear that attracted him. This time, he wanted to investigate it more thoroughly. As his consciousness permeated the spear, Dongbu Shuang could vaguely see an enormous black maelstrom staircase. As the staircase went deeper, space became more mysterious and unfathomable. The void in the Realm Heart Great Land was similar to the void in the origin world where he came from. Therefore, Dongbu Shuang was able to completely understand this profound mystery. As Dongbu Shuang continued his exploration, he could sense that the spiral staircase was getting deeper and faster, and the patterns on the spear shaft were lighting up. Suddenly, everything shattered. Dongbu Snow Eagle frowned as he looked at the spearhead. The shaft of the spear was a very simple gray, but the spearhead was a deep purple spearhead that was suffused with a bloody and ruthless aura. The spearhead isn't part of the spear, Dongbu Shuang asked. Young Master Snow Eagle has a good eye. The manager by the side added, We've invited an expert to appraise it. This secret treasure weapon should be refined by a cosmos god. This spearhead is added later on, but it is sufficiently tyrannical. Dongbu Shuang shook his head. fierce and domineering? This spear shaft and the original spearhead should be able to use this to unleash an extremely terrifying void killer move. Furthermore, it was absolutely a move at the cosmos god level. Furthermore, this usage of the void was something Dongbua Shui-ing had never seen before. If it were a complete spear, Dongbua Shui-ing felt that it would be worth it, even if he exchanged the entire ardent fire marquisdom for it. It's a pity that only the spear shaft was left, and its value was greatly reduced. Even though the spearhead was added later on, it was ordinary. Young Master Snow Eagle, the manager said, this secret treasure weapon lacks a spearhead, yet the spearhead that was added has been used for 1 trillion years. Its power is extraordinary. More importantly, it is cheap. It only costs 12 million cosmos crystals. He stared at Dongbua Shui-ing. 12 million cosmos crystals. The number of people in the entire Ardent Fire City who could afford it could be counted with 2 hands. This little prince, Snow Eagle, who was rumored to be highly regarded by old Mother Ingshan, should be able to afford it. 12 million cosmos crystals. Elder Tian Yi shouted from the side. Do you know how much 12 million cosmos crystals is? It is enough to buy a complete secret treasure weapon. There were many cosmos gods in the realm heart, great land. Hence, secret treasures and weapons were more commonly seen than in the primal chaos, void, and 5 great sacred worlds. Dongbua Shui-ing watched from the side. Price? Based on his previous attainments in the void aspect, this spear had an extraordinary origin. Just the spear shaft was worth at least 100 million cosmos crystals. Most likely, this shop should not have invited a primal chaos giant in the Tao of Void to look at it. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to offer such a price. But Dongbua Shui-ing would not easily agree to the price the other party offered because he only had 15 million cosmos crystals on him. In terms of wealth, he would most likely be ranked in the top 3 in the Ardent Fire Marquisdom, of which 8 million cosmos crystals were bestowed by old Mother Ingshan. 2 million cosmos crystals were bestowed by Marquis Ardent Fire. Marquis Ardent Fire then gave him cavern dwellings, shops, land, and other resources. Those cavern dwellings, shops, and other resources could also be rented. Most aristocratic clan disciples could live a luxurious life precisely because they had some cavern dwellings and shops, allowing them to earn cosmos crystals continuously. Even though it was little, one had to know that a single cosmos crystal was worth 10,000 upper-grade primal chaos stones. Dongbua Shui-ing was naturally confident of himself. He did not think that he had to rely on his cavern dwelling and shops to survive. Hence, he had long sold those to the marquisdom for 5 million cosmos crystals. Currently, he only had a total of 15 million cosmos crystals. He was wealthier than many elders in the marquisdom. Elder Tian, let's not talk about it anymore. 10 million cosmos crystals. This is the limit set by our master. That manager helplessly said, Prince Snow Eagle, honestly speaking, this spear was discovered by a group of cultivators who went out to explore the historical remains 15 years ago. They were fortunate to obtain this spear, and they even fought with each other. Eventually, only 2 of them managed to send the spear to me. Furthermore, they were assassinated in my shop by their companions who went out to explore the historical remains. That time, the commotion was huge. Prince Snow Eagle just had to order someone to investigate, and you would know of this case. My master also had plans. If he couldn't sell it in a short period of time, he would return to his clan's Heavenly Een City after a few million years. At that time, he would bring this spear to Heavenly Een City to sell. There would be more experts there, and more people who could afford it. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded slightly when he heard that. He believed that this story wasn't fake. After all, it was a case from 15 years ago, and he could easily investigate it. All right, 10 million cosmos crystals. I'll buy it. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. Good. The manager was overjoyed. His master was only a disciple of the Heavenly Een clan. one of the 4 great clans. If he were to sell it here, his master would be able to benefit greatly. If he were to sell it in Heavenly Een City, he would definitely be exploited by the clan. It's a profit, it's a profit. Master set the minimum price at 10 million. I thought that I wouldn't be able to sell it. When I bought it previously, I only spent 3 million cosmos crystals. The manager was very happy. He was already very satisfied that those who risked their lives to explore the historical remains were able to earn 3 million cosmos crystals. However, he didn't know. The true value of this seemingly broken secret treasure weapon with a spearhead was definitely over 100 million universe crystals. It's just that Marquis Ardent Fire, who did not specialize in the void, could only determine that it was a damaged, secret treasure refined by a cosmos god. He could not understand how precious it was. Very soon, that disciple from the Heavenly Een clan, Heavenly Een Flowing Jade, personally rushed over and completed this transaction. Haha, Prince Snow Eagle, I'll be returning to Heavenly Een City in a few days. If you were to visit Heavenly Een City, you must inform me. I'll definitely receive you well. Heavenly Een Flowing Jade was very happy. This shop was also one of the assets under his name. Previously, he spent 3 million cosmos crystals to buy this spear, and he had practically spent all his treasures. He even used some of the goods in the shop as collateral. Now that he had earned 7 million cosmos crystals, Heavenly Een Flowing Jade felt that there was no longer a need for him to stay in Ardent Fire City. It was fine for him to arrange for his subordinates to stay here, and he could return to Heavenly Een City. Heavenly Een City had a cosmos god protecting it. It was much more flourishing than this place. Dongbua Shueing was in a good mood. He brought this spear back to the Marquisdom before entering closed-door cultivation in the Void God Pagoda. Within the Void God Pagoda, sitting on a floating rock, caressing this ancient and savage spear in his hand, Dongbua Shueing was filled with joy. He recalled the time when he practiced the spear. This is a secret treasure weapon. Even cosmos gods can use it. Dongbua Shueing chuckled. In the future, you'll have to accompany me for a very long time. Wang. The spear let out a cry. Being a secret treasure weapon, it naturally had a spirit. Dongbua Shueing chuckled. The feeling of using the spear, once again, made him happy. He then concentrated. It is time to break through to the Unity Realm. Chapter 10:25. On the floating great rock, surrounded by the spatial turbulence, Dongbua Shueing was completely focused. With the treasures given by Old Mother Ing Shan and Marquis Ardent Fire to nourish his bloodline, the originally thin void bloodline had become much thicker, but it was still at the thin level. Nonetheless, Dongbua Shueing's realm was extremely high, and he was able to rapidly stimulate the void bloodline hibernating in his body. Hong, the void bloodline, was stimulated on a deeper level. At that moment, it caused every particle in his body to transform. This was a direct breakthrough from the origin birth realm to the Unity realm. As the level of his body rapidly rose, it was natural for him to frantically absorb the surrounding world energy. The Void God Pagoda was specifically used for cultivation, and it had formed a surging maelstrom black hole within. The surging world energy was gushing out from the maelstrom black hole and being absorbed by Shueing's body. After a moment, his body stepped into the Unity realm. I can cultivate the southern cloud, sacred body now. Dongbua Shueing revealed a joyous look. The Southern Cloud Sacred Body was a supplementary body cultivation technique that came with the Southern Cloud 12 Sacred Styles. Previously, he did not dare to cultivate it because he would have to step into the Unity realm if he wanted to. Hua! 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 With a wave of his hand, a pile of deep green soil was placed on the great rock in front of him. Dongbua Shueing displayed the Southern Cloud Sacred Body cultivation technique. The moment it was activated, this deep green soil began emitting many green light spots that entered the body of Dongbua Shueing. This Southern Cloud Sacred Body was the apex body cultivation technique even in the 6 great ancient nations. Its only flaw was that it was too extravagant. Absorbing the essence of many precious materials into his body would allow him to refine his body like a secret treasure weapon. Furthermore, it was relatively easier to refine a secret treasure weapon. His body would implicate his soul, and he had to be more careful during cultivation. The materials required were more stringent, and the price would naturally be higher. When I become stronger in the future, I'll still have to rely on myself to earn cosmos crystals. Relying on the gifts from Marquis Ardent Fire and Old Mother Ingshan is far from enough. Dongbui Shui Ing understood this point. Marquis Ardent Fire was merely an ordinary primal chaos giant. How many treasures could he get? Old Mother Ingshan had many treasures, but how many could she give to her juniors? He still had to rely on himself. Naturally, it was sufficient to rely on the help from the Ingshan clan during the initial phase. This was the benefit of having a clan. For those without any background, they had to desperately obtain resources when they were weak. Without resources, the difficulty of cultivation would increase by 100 or even 1,000 times. For example, cultivating the laws and profound mysteries system was extremely difficult. Half a month later, Dongbui Shui Ing exited the Void God Pagoda and looked up. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. It's snowing. Dongbui Shui Ing was shocked. What? Tian Yiji looked at her young master in shock. The aura emitted by this handsome young man was already at the Unity Realm. Unity Realm? 8,000 years, just 8,000 years? Tian Yiji did not dare believe it. To Void Gods, 8,000 years was equivalent to a nap. It's been a long time since I've accompanied my mother. Elder Tian, let's go. Dongbui Shui Ing said. Sigh. Tian Yiji hastily replied. The 2 black stream cloud wolves beside her were also somewhat stunned, but they hurriedly followed. Wang. The array that enveloped the huge marquisdom also sensed the aura of Dongbui Shui Ing. The array spirit immediately reported this news to Marquis Ardent Fire. Marquis Ardent Fire sat under a pavilion by the lake. He was drinking by himself. Snowflakes were falling. Grandpa Marquis. A girl respectfully greeted. How is the matter regarding the secret treasure weapon? Marquis Ardent Fire indifferently asked, Have you been scammed? Previously, when he learned that Snow Eagle had spent 10 million cosmos crystals to purchase a secret treasure, he immediately thought that he had been scammed. Secret treasures that were qualified to be called secret treasures would usually cost at least 10 million cosmos crystals. How could a brat who was just 8,000 years old know about secret treasures? Marquis Ardent Fire became furious at that moment. He felt that someone might be so daring as to covet the cosmos crystals owned by Snow Eagle. That was why he set up a scheme to scam the other party. But knowing that it was a shop owned by a disciple from the Celestial Een clan, Celestial Een Flowing Jade, Marquis Ardent Fire was not in a rush to act. Instead, he ordered someone to investigate the matter thoroughly. The girl respectfully explained, That weapon is a spear. It was discovered by a few Unity Realm experts 15 years ago when they were exploring historical remains. They had even killed each other. After that, they returned to the city and sold that spear to the Celestial Een Flowing Jade shop for 3 million cosmos crystals. At that time, they were even assassinated by their companions who were fortunate enough to survive. At that time, the Ardent Fire army from our marquisdom had even sent troops to capture and interrogate them. Marquis Ardent Fire relaxed his eyebrows when he heard that. The shops in the treasured goods market were extremely stingy. They were willing to spend 3 million cosmos crystals to purchase it. Ingshan Snow Eagle had spent 10 million cosmos crystals to purchase it, and he did not lose much. As long as it was not a scheme, Marquis Ardent Fire would not interfere. The body of the spear is extraordinary. It's a pity that the original spearhead is missing, and it is a new spearhead. The girl said, That is why it is sold at such a price. Prince Snow Eagle should not suffer a loss. Amen. Marquis Ardenfire nodded. Also, the guest of Pavilion Master Chun, Yu Feng, who had a conflict with Prince Snow Eagle on the street, has been investigated. The girl said he is called Qiangan Shui. He isn't famous and is only doing some shady business. Marquis Ardenfire softly nodded. Being the biggest money-squandering establishment, the Misty Cloud Pavilion would naturally have some transactions that were not regulated by the law. Continue watching. Marquis Ardenfire coldly ordered. He was the person with the highest authority in the Ardent Fire City. Some experts with unique origins would usually send someone to watch over them. Yes, the girl respectfully acknowledged. Marquis Ardenfire picked up his wine cup and drank another cup. Suddenly his expression changed. Master, Prince Snow Eagle has broken through and reached the Unity Realm. A voice directly sounded by his ears. Who? Marquis Ardenfire suddenly stood up, causing the girl by the side to be startled as she looked at her grandpa, Marquis. Unity Realm? He has stepped into the Unity Realm? Marquis Ardenfire was both startled and delighted. He excitedly muttered to himself, It has just been 8,000 years. He has reached the Unity Realm just 8,000 years after being born. This speed was too terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it was normal for those who were born at the Origin Birth Realm to reach the Unity Realm after spending 10 million years. Old Ancestor is right. The eyes of Marquis Ardenfire were emitting light. He was incomparably excited. This brat Snow Eagle has been forced to be born prematurely, but his potential is still huge, and it is possible for him to be excavated. Those bloodline nurturing treasures were truly the right thing to do. Even if it was a normal nurturing, this brat Snow Eagle should have been in the womb for several centuries or more than 1,000 years, and he should be at the Unity Realm when he is born. Now, he has spent a little more time, but it is merely 10 times more time. He has reached the Unity Realm in 8,000 years. Marquis Ardenfire was very satisfied. In the history of the Southern Cloud Nation, the number of those who were born at the Unity Realm could be counted with one's fingers. All of them had easily reached the Primal Chaos Realm. There were even 2 who became conferred kings. Being born prematurely and reaching the Unity Realm in 8,000 years, it was merely 10 times longer than reaching the Unity Realm in 1,000 years. After all, being born prematurely has some influence. Marquis Ardenfire could not help but grin, but the influence isn't too great. Ha ha ha! It seems that my Ardenfire Marquisdom will have another Primal Chaos expert. Even though by then, Dongbua Shui-ing would definitely become a conferred Marquis and establish a Marquisdom. The relationship between him and Marquis Ardenfire could not be changed. After all, Dongbua Shui-ing was considered part of the lineage of Marquis Ardenfire. Strictly speaking, Marquis Ardenfire was his grandfather. I have to inform Old Ancestor immediately. Marquis Ardenfire immediately transmitted a message to Old Mother Ingshan. Chapter 10:26. Dongbua Shui-ing was still accompanying his mother, Rong Xinglan, and his sister. They were chatting as they ate. Rong Xinglan was delighted too, because her son had entered closed-door cultivation for more than 6,000 years. It had been a long time since she saw her son. Her current status was noble. Naturally, with a single order, the female attendants brought out all sorts of delicacies. Even though cultivation is important, my son should not work too hard. Rong Xinglan chuckled. Mother might not know much, but she has read many books over the years. She knows that cultivating the heart is important too. If one wants to have a bright future, one has to cultivate the heart. My son is ultimately lacking in experience. Your son understands. Dongbua Shui-ing obediently answered. Rong Xinglan's smile became more radiant. She liked her son, yet she did not dare to disturb him for fear of affecting his future. She could only watch from the side, but now her identity was different. She had many treasures, and relied on the bloodline cultivation system to easily become a true god. Without the great limit of her lifespan, she was naturally calmer. Snow Eagle. A voice reverberated in the surroundings. Rong Xinglan and Ying Shan Shi were startled. Who dared to barge into the residence of Snow Eagle? Dongbua Shui Ying turned over too. One could see two figures flying down from midair. One was naturally Marquis Ardenfire. He was obediently standing behind an old granny. That old granny was currently smiling at Dongbua Shuang. Marquis Ardenfire roared, "Why aren't you greeting old ancestor?" Snow Eagle greets old ancestor. Dongbua Shuang immediately stood up and bowed. Rong Xinglan and Ying Shan Shi were greatly startled when they heard that. There was only one person in the entire Ying Shan clan who was qualified to be called Old Ancestor, and that was the famous Old Mother Ying Shan across the entire southern Cloud Nation. The two of them immediately stood up from their chairs and knelt by the side. "Stand up." Old Mother Ying Shan waved her hand, causing Rong Xinglan and Ying Shan Shiyu to stand up. Old Mother Ying Shan then walked to a stool by the side and sat down. Marquis Ardenfire stood by her side. Old Mother Ying Shan then carefully observed Dongbua Shuang. This little fellow that looked like a teenager. He was still very young, but he was already at the Unity Realm. Hua Lai did not manage a marquisdom properly, causing you to be born prematurely. Old Mother Ying Shan chuckled. Fortunately, you reached the Unity Realm in 8,000 years. Although there are some effects of being born early, the effect isn't too great. Fortunately, we have the treasures that Old Ancestor and Marquis gave us. Dongbua Shuang said, "Those are just external objects. In the end, it's your own extraordinary potential." Old Mother Ying Shan waved her hand, causing a bracelet to fly over. "Properly cultivate. With your talent, it isn't hard for you to reach the primal chaos realm. I hope that one day, the king will personally bestow upon you the title of king. If you want to be conferred the title of king, just relying on your bloodline isn't enough. You also need to cultivate your mind, temper yourself, and accumulate your strength." Marquis Ardenfire sighed as he listened. Conferred kingship? One had to pass the 9th level of the Divine Yuan Palace to be qualified to be conferred the title of king. Old Mother Ying Shan nodded. She was merely raising a high request. She felt that it should not be a problem for her to reach the primal chaos realm. At most, she would have to spend a little more time. As for being conferred the title of king, it was truly difficult. The requirements for one's mental state were also extremely high. No matter how noble one's bloodline was, it had nothing to do with one's mental state. Ultimately, one had to temper himself. It wasn't easy for Dongbua Shuang to reach the "my heart as the world" realm in his previous life. Snow Eagle will naturally work hard. Dongbua Shuang nodded. He received the wristband and immediately refined it. After inspecting it, his heart could not help but leap. There was a small mountain of cosmos crystals. With a sweep of his consciousness, he ascertained that there were a total of 50 million cosmos crystals. Such a huge sum. Properly cultivate. Also, cosmos crystals are precious. In the future, you have to be prudent when purchasing treasures. Marquis Ardenfire also threw over a storage wristband. Dongbua Shuang naturally received it. Inspecting it, he found that there were 8 million cosmos crystals within. Adding up, Marquis Ardenfire had given him a total of 15 million cosmos crystals. To Marquis Ardenfire, this was a huge burden. Dongbua Shuang naturally accepted it. As a disciple of the Yingshan clan, he was willing to accept this benefit. In the future, he would also bear the responsibility. This was also what Old Mother Yingshan and Marquis Ardenfire were looking forward to. What? Old Mother Yingshan has such luck? Of her descendants, there is one who reached the Unity Realm in just 8,000 years. Teacher, I've heard that the child called Snow Eagle was forced to be born prematurely after just 15 years in the womb. The Shan clan immediately gave a large amount of bloodline nourishing treasures to that little fellow, allowing him to reach the Unity realm in just 8,000 years. The Shan clan will have another marquis in the future. That granny from the Shan clan should be smiling till her mouth is crooked. The various superpowers in the Southern Cloud Nation soon learned of this news. They had also memorized the name Shan Snow Eagle, because this name was destined to become a king. And within the Ardent Fire City, Chanyu Yenjin, who had always been hiding in the residence arranged by her son, was even more stunned when she heard the news. What? The son of that lowly servant reached the Unity realm in just 8,000 years. He will almost certainly become a conferred marquis in the future? What should I do? What should I do? Will he bear a grudge and kill me after becoming a conferred marquis? Amidst the vast, rolling black clouds, there was a vague, ancient palace. Within the palace, a tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn sat cross-legged there. The surface of his body was surrounded by a cold black aura. That little fellow called Shan Snow Eagle you mentioned. Is he a disciple of the Shan clan's Ardent Fire Marquisdom? The tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn said with a deep voice. His pair of blood eyes looked downwards. Teacher, this disciple will not be mistaken. Strictly speaking, Shan Snow Eagle is the son of the second son of Marquis Ardent Fire, Shan Lai Hu. A red-robed male respectfully answered, Marquis Ardent Fire? The tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn said with a deep voice, Who would have thought that he would be so lucky? The red-robed male obediently did not dare to say anything. He was clear how deep the hatred between his teacher and Marquis Ardent Fire was. He was also responsible for collecting all intelligence regarding Marquis Ardent Fire within the Ardent Fire City, within the Misty Cloud Pavilion. The Misty Cloud Pavilion was vast. It was shrouded in clouds, making it seem like a land of dreams. In one of the more secluded mansions, who would have thought that Prince Snow Eagle has reached the Unity realm in just 8,000 years? The plump male sat there, allowing the beauties beside him to serve him and feed him fruits. His expression was gloomy. He had never given up. He had always wanted to snatch that girl called Yen Yu into his hands. That was the guiding medicine that he had been dreaming of. Chen Yufeng, that trash. The plump male gritted his teeth. Chen Yufeng had previously agreed to think of a way, but after he followed Dongbo Shuang and broke through to the Unity realm, Chen Yufeng immediately rejected the idea. He expressed that he did not dare to participate. After all, how could he offend an existence who would definitely become a conferred marquis in the future? Chen Yufeng was not that foolish. Amen. The plump male was suddenly stunned. Everyone retreat. The plump male stood up. Yes. The surrounding beauties obediently retreated. The plump male rapidly entered the meditation room of this residence. The meditation room was very safe, and it isolated any external scouting. The plump male was even carrying treasures that would affect the scouting. Wang. At that moment, an illusory figure appeared by the side of the plump male. It was a tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn shrouded in black fog. Qian Gan Shui greets master. The plump male immediately knelt down. He prostrated himself on the ground with great respect. Do you know of Shan Snow Eagle? That disciple from the Shan clan who reached the Unity realm at the age of 8,000? The tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn said with a cold voice, I know. The plump male immediately answered, I'll allow you to mobilize the manpower in the surrounding 12 cities. You can use all the cosmos crystals in your hands to kill that Shan Snow Eagle with the fastest speed. The tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn coldly said, Kill Shan Snow Eagle? The plump male was slightly startled. The tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn looked down at him. The plump male replied, Yes, yes. Master, please be rest assured. I'll definitely do my best. Don't disappoint me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The voice of the tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn was calm, yet it made the plump male tremble uncontrollably. That was terror, terror that originated from the bottom of his heart. Yes, yes, I'll definitely kill him, the plump male added. Marquis Ardenfire. The blood-colored eyes of the tall and sturdy figure with a black curved horn were filled with dense killing intent. Since I can't kill you, I'll eliminate the future primal chaos experts from your marquisdom first. You will definitely be so angry that you will go mad. Haha. That figure gradually dissipated. Only then did the plump male stand up. He gulped and suppressed the anxiety in his heart. He began thinking rapidly. He knew it was impossible for him to go against his master. The consequences of going against his master made him tremble in fear. Fortunately, that Shan Snow Eagle has just reached the Unity Realm. Currently, he should only have the strength of a God Yuan Palace first or second level expert. He isn't worth mentioning. The only troublesome thing is that the Ardent Fire Marquisdom will definitely do its best to protect him. The plump male gritted his teeth. Master has allowed me to mobilize the manpower in the surrounding 12 cities. I can even use this batch of money. MN. I have to think of a foolproof method. It is fine if I don't act, but the moment I act, I must not give him a chance. If that Snow Eagle Prince doesn't die, I'll die. Chapter 10:27. For the sake of survival, the fat man Qiangan Shui began to prepare his assassination plan. He even spared no expense in spending cosmos crystals to make all sorts of preparations, buying poison, and even inviting assassins from the Black Devil Great Lake. His preparations became more and more thorough, and he even prepared several assassination plans. But what made him dumbfounded was, ever since that little Prince Snow Eagle from the Ardent Fire Marquisdom bought that secret treasure spear and returned to the Marquisdom, he had not come out at all. I don't believe it. He's just a little guy who was just born not long ago. His temperament is still unsettled. How can he calm down and cultivate? He will definitely come out again. Qiangan Shui anxiously waited. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Qiangan was stunned. The master behind him was equally shocked. In their opinion, no matter how noble one's bloodline was, one's temperament still needed to be tempered before it would gradually become more and more extraordinary. Only then would one be able to calm down and go into seclusion for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. How could there be such a young fellow in seclusion for such a long time? Master, he's not coming out. What do we do? Qiangan Shui anxiously reported to his master. Wait, could it be that your patience is inferior to that of a little fellow? Yes. Qiangan Shui also let out a breath of relief. His master was wise and did not force him to enter the manor to assassinate him. After all, the Marquis's mansion was heavily guarded. Even if his master wanted to enter, he would probably fail. Marquis Ardenfire and his mother Rong Xinglan had also advised Dongbua Shui-ing that cultivating the heart was important, and there was no need for him to bury himself in cultivation. Although Dongbua Shui-ing agreed verbally, in reality, he had the appearance of a cultivation maniac. Each time he went into closed-door cultivation, it would last for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Just a few days after he came out, he would immediately go back into closed-door cultivation. There was no other way. In the end, Dongbua Shui-ing was not a young fellow. He was the reincarnation of his true spirit, and his mental state had reached the my heart as the world level. Moreover, he was a great expert who had created 2 9th-level techniques in the most difficult system of laws and profound mysteries. With his temperament, it was very easy for him to go into seclusion for 10 billion years at a time. As for tempering one's character, was there going to be another love-hate entanglement? Inconsolable grief to temper his so-called temperament? Dongbua Shui-ing was not in the mood for that. Fortunately, there were some cultivation maniacs among the countless cultivators, so he could only pretend to be one of them. In the blink of an eye, 5 million years had passed. Ardent fire marqueedom within the residence of Snow Eagle Prince. Rumble, the door of the void divine pagoda opened. A handsome young man in white walked out. It was drizzling, but when the young man in white walked out, the rain naturally avoided him when it was 1 foot away from him. Young master! Young master! The guards and servants who were standing guard outside hurriedly greeted, respectfully. Very soon, the entire mansion became lively. Tianiji, the 2 black stream cloud wolves, and the 9 personal guards rushed over as well. By the time they arrived, Dongbua Shueing had already arrived at a nearby lake. There was a pavilion by the side of the lake. There was a praying mat placed within the pavilion. Dongbua Shueing sat cross-legged on it. By the side, his female attendant Yan Yu was respectfully placing the wine on the table. She was also helping to warm up the wine flask. Yan Yu curiously looked at her young master. Young master's birth is extraordinary, but I've never seen him like any girls. He has also never gone to the misty cloud pavilion to enjoy himself. He treats others peacefully and has always been cultivating. No wonder some cultivators are so heaven-defying. My birth can't be compared to that of young master. Yet I still love to play and enjoy myself. Yet young master is so hard-working. Yan Yu thought. Who? Dongbua Shueing extended his right hand. A spear appeared in his hand. He placed it flat on his knees, being a secret treasure weapon. Just the tyrannical aura contained within the spearhead made the female attendant Yan Yu feel stifled. Whoa! A formless wave emanated from the spear. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, creating countless ripples. The formless wave emanating from the spear was extremely subtle. It easily permeated the surrounding void. The void was completely controlled. In the distance, Tianiji, the black stream cloud wolf, and his personal guards were all rushing over. Tianiji was a 5th stage expert in the Divine Yuan Palace and could even teleport. Even with his acute perception of the void, he didn't realize that the surrounding void was being controlled. Dongbua Shueing sat cross-legged. He was like a spider controlling a spiderweb. The surrounding void was being controlled. In fact, the void around him was beginning to distort. The distortions were very minute. It was hard to detect them even when they were right in front of one's eyes. Only when one's body touched them would one feel something special. Hua, 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 countless raindrops scattered down. Numerous tiny spatial distortions shifted the raindrops from one location to several kilometers away. The raindrops that were several kilometers away were shifted to another location. Countless raindrops were shifted due to the spatial distortions. However, even though the raindrops were shifted, they were connected seamlessly. It was as though none of the raindrops had shifted. The rain continued to fall. Prince, Tianiji, the 2 black stream cloud wolves, and the 9 personal guards came to the side of the pavilion. As Dongbua Shueing was controlling the void to avoid them, Tianiji and the others did not notice him even though they were several meters away. If other primal chaos existences were to discover this, they would be dumbfounded. Dongbua Shueing held onto a cup of wine and continued to control the spatial distortions. He was still manipulating the countless minute distortions in the void. The more he manipulated, the more satisfied he was. Buying this spear is really worth it. These 5 million years, Dongbua Shueing was also concentrating on cultivating. Because the Tao of void of the 2 origin worlds was relatively similar, he had reached the primal chaos realm not long ago in terms of the laws and profound mystery system. As for the bloodline breakthrough, he could have reached the primal chaos realm a long time ago. It's just that this breakthrough was too fast. No matter how talented he was, he had to be within the normal category of a genius. Even though he remained at the Unity realm on the surface, he had never stopped researching and comprehending the void. As his realm increased, he began researching this spear. Probing the spear body, it was like seeing a distorted, black maelstrom staircase. Every level of the staircase was intersecting with different voids. Dongbua Shui Ing cultivated the opposite Tao. If he were the core of this maelstrom, he could influence the surrounding chaotic void. And this spear body originally contained such a technique. Even though it lacked the spearhead, causing the profound mysteries contained within this secret treasure to be lacking, it was sufficient for Dongbua Shuang. With his deep foundation, he could comprehend a domain control technique from within. The moment he did so, he was qualified to be considered a God Yuan Palace 7th level technique. More importantly, if he relied on the spear body to execute it, even though he had yet to comprehend many things, it would be taxing for him to execute it. But by relying on the spear body to execute it, its power would explode, and it could be considered a God Yuan Palace 8th level technique. An 8th level domain technique. More importantly, the technique contained within the spear body is at the Cosmos God level. Currently, I have merely seen through a tiny bit of it. Dongbua Shui Ing felt satisfied because the void technique contained within this spear body was of a different direction from the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. It's a pity that I lack the spearhead. It is taxing for me to comprehend it. Dongbua Shui Ing sighed inwardly. Within the Void God Pagoda, he could display the violent side of this domain. But at this moment, under the pavilion by the lakeside, he was displaying the most minute aspect of this domain stealthily. The foundation of the Realm Heart Great Land is much stronger than the primal chaos void. Over there, only Emperor Jiyun, Void Primogenitor, and the mysterious Myriad Realm Tavermaster are considered formidable in the Tao of Void. And in the Realm Heart Great Land, I have come into contact with the techniques left behind by two terrifying experts in this small place called Southern Cloud Nation. Dongbua Shui Ing sighed inwardly. One was created by Southern Cloud King, and the other was the original Tao of Void expert who refined this spear. Keep. With a thought, Dongbua Shui Ing moved. The domain was completely kept. The rain continued falling down just like before. Tian Yiji, the female attendant Yanyu, and the protectors did not notice it at all. Dongbua Shui Ing was not worried about being discovered. Even Marquis Ardenfire would have to rely on his own law domain before he could detect it. Otherwise, given how sensitive Marquis Ardenfire was towards the void, it was impossible for him to detect it from a long distance. After all, strictly speaking, Dongbua Shui Ing was currently a great expert, not any weaker than Marquis Ardenfire. Only when they fought would they know who was stronger. Chapter 10:28. It's been 5 million years. I can announce to the public that I've reached the 5th level of the Yuan Shin Palace. Relying on this, I can head to the Southern Cloud capital and obtain the complete Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Dongbua Shui Ing thought. As for the complete version where he could unleash 80% of his strength at the Unity Realm and 10% of his strength at the Primal Chaos Realm, Shui Ing still desired it. To others, it would be a waste even if they obtained it. After all, most 9th level experts could not reach it. But Dongbua Shui Ing was different. He had to get the absolute art that allowed him to unleash the power of the 10th level at the Primal Chaos Realm. He had to admit that it was impossible for him to create this absolute art at the Primal Chaos Realm. Actually, the majority of Cosmos gods could not create absolute arts that could allow the Primal Chaos Realm to unleash 10th level strength. There were very few who could create it in the Realm Heart Great Land. "My son," a passionate voice called out. Dongbua Shui Ing turned around. He saw Ing Shanlai Hu and Rong Xinglan coming over together. Ing Shanlai Hu was currently shouting out passionately. Even though he did not have a good impression of this father from the start, he still admired this Ing Shanlai Hu. Over the past 5 million years, Ing Shanlai Hu had always been coaxing Rong Xinglan, making her happy. Even if it was an intentional disguise, it could be coaxed for 5 million years, and he would still be able to treat it as the truth. At the very least, Rong Xinglan's feelings for her husband had deepened. "Father, mother." Dongbua Shui Ing stood up. My son's cultivation is too tough. Even I, as a father, feel sorry for him. Ing Shanlai Hu sighed. These words of his were spoken from his heart. Currently, who would not regard him, Ing Shanlai Hu, highly? Why? Wasn't it just because he had an incomparably talented son who was destined to become a conferred marquis at the primal chaos realm? Ing Shanlai Hu was proud of his son, thinking about how he enjoyed himself, and seeing how his son frequently entered closed-door cultivation. Ing Shanlai Hu felt heartache. His son was working too hard. Snow Eagle, what your father said is right. You should go out more, and not always stay in seclusion. Rong Xinglan added. She was truly worried about her son. 5 million years. Her son had never liked a woman before. This was very abnormal. Do you like men? Not at all. Okay. I'll go out for a walk. I'll definitely go out for a walk. Dongbua Shui-ing said. He indeed wanted to go out for a walk. Furthermore, he wanted to go to the biggest city in the distant Southern Cloud Nation, the capital. He wanted to learn the complete Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Don't lie to me. Previously, you only agreed to it verbally, but you immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Rong Xinglan said. Lai Hu brings Snow Eagle out for a walk. All right. Ing Shanlai Hu nodded. Ever since his son broke through to the Unity Realm, his name had spread across the entire Southern Cloud Nation. Many aristocratic clans within the Southern Cloud Nation knew that the Ingshan clan had an additional talented young fellow. However, after attaining the Unity Realm, Dongbua Shui-ing never left the Marquis residence. If he brought his son out of the mansion, it would definitely be very glorious. Ing Shanlai Hu still enjoyed the scenery. Very soon, Ing Shanlai Hu pulled Dongbua Shui-ing out of the Marquis residence. They were still riding on that extravagant carriage of Ing Shanlai Hu. Dongbua Shui-ing's carriage was much simpler, while Ing Shanlai Hu's was more tyrannical. It was much more dazzling, causing many cultivators on the streets to not dare to look at it directly. There were even a total of 8 dragon beasts. Father, you even changed this carriage? Dongbua Shui-ing sat on the carriage with Ing Shanlai Hu sitting by the side. The carriage was huge, and it was very spacious for 2 people to sit on. Tian Yiji, the 9 personal guards, 2 black stream cloud wolves, the female attendant Yenyu, and the servants and protectors of Ing Shanlai Hu were all on the carriage. Haha, my son is the famous Ingshan Snow Eagle. How can I sit on an ordinary carriage? Ing Shanlai Hu winked at Dongbua Shui-ing with delight. After buying this carriage, I still owe quite a lot of cosmos crystals, but I'm in no rush to repay them. Naturally, if my son is willing to help me repay them, that would be even better. Dongbua Shui-ing caressed the black stream cloud wolf lying by his side. He no longer looked at his father. Ing Shanlai Hu did not care when he saw that. He laughed out loud. Go, let's go to the Misty Cloud Pavilion. Ho! The 8 dragon beasts roared. The luxurious carriage arced through the sky and headed towards the Misty Cloud Pavilion. Going to the Misty Cloud Pavilion. Dongbua Shui-ing was startled. Tian Yiji, the female attendant Yenyu, and the other protectors and servants could not help but turn to Ing Shanlai Hu, bringing his son to visit the Misty Cloud Pavilion. I have to experience it. Ing Shanlai Hu said, My son hasn't been there before, right? That is the biggest entertainment ground in the Ardent Fire City. My son has cultivated for 5 million years, and he should have seen everything. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. He did not say anything else. Who? Prince Snow Eagle? Black Stream Cloud Wolf? Prince Snow Eagle is on it. That lucky Ing Shanlai who is bringing along Prince Snow Eagle. Everywhere they passed, there would be all sorts of discussions. Some who were more knowledgeable could still recognize Snow Eagle. Hearing the discussions, Ing Shanlai, who sat on the carriage, laughed even more happily. Glorious, truly glorious. Very soon, they arrived at the Misty Cloud Pavilion. Sir Lai Hu, the attendants of the Misty Cloud Pavilion, came to welcome them with great familiarity. They could see a white-robed, handsome young man seated beside Ing Shanlai on the carriage. That handsome young man was gentle like jade, though they could not help but feel their hearts trembling when they saw him. Prince Snow Eagle! They were stunned. Prince Snow Eagle is here. Quick, quick! Prince Snow Eagle is here. News spread rapidly within the misty cloud pavilion. The entire place was in an uproar. This was a huge matter. Even though the misty cloud pavilion was extraordinary, what kind of status did Prince Snow Eagle have? He was destined to become a conferred marquis at the primal chaos realm. He would be ranked in the top 3 across the entire Ardent Fire City. The Southern Cloud Sacred Palace Hall Master, Chun Yue did not dare to slight him. After all, Chun Yue was merely relying on his clan. He was still at the Unity Realm. Who would dare to slight someone who was destined to become a conferred marquis? I've waited for 1,000 to 10,000 years, and my eyes are getting tired from waiting. Finally, I can see Prince Snow Eagle. The plump pavilion master Chun Yufeng flew over like a gust of wind. He was incredibly passionate. Chun Yufeng, since my son is here today, all the expenses here will be paid by you. Ing Shanlai who said loudly. Rest assured, everything will be paid by me. Chun Yufeng laughed until the fat on his old face was trembling. Dongbua Shui Ing also chuckled and replied with a few simple sentences. Everyone was personally escorted by Pavilion Master Chun Yufeng into a huge palace hall. Under Chun Yufeng's arrangement, peerless beauties with innate charm that had never been touched by a man had already entered the stage and started to sing and dance. Follow me, and I'll definitely not treat you badly. Here, take it first. Within that enormous palace hall, there were already many aristocratic clan disciples present. An aristocratic clan disciple was currently throwing a bag of cosmos crystals to the armored girl in front of him. That cold girl received this bag of cosmos crystals. She felt relatively excited in her heart. She had finally succeeded in relying on an aristocratic clan disciple as a guest. In the future, her days would be better, and her children would have resources to cultivate. Congratulations, Prince, for accepting another formidable female guest. The beauties by the side flattered. This aristocratic clan disciple laughed out loud. Suddenly, he looked to the distance with slight astonishment. At the entrance of the palace hall, Pavilion Master Chun Yufeng was incomparably passionate as he led the way. Ing Shanlai, who was carefree. Behind Ing Shanlai, who was a handsome, white-robed young man with 2 black stream-cloud wolves by his side. There was also a gray-robed old man coldly following by the side. Prince Snow Eagle. This aristocratic clan disciple jumped in fright. His sitting posture became more reserved. Everyone be more careful. Don't offend that white-robed young man. This aristocratic clan disciple softly ordered the surrounding servants and protectors. If his subordinates were to offend the other party, he would be out of luck. Master, who is he? A favored female attendant softly asked. The female guest was curious too, because she discovered that the arrogant, aristocratic clan disciples in the palace hall were much more reserved now. That is Prince Snow Eagle. Have you heard of him before? He is different from us. We aristocratic clan disciples are just idling around, but he is someone who is going to become a conferred marquis. Prince Snow Eagle? The female attendant and the female guest immediately understood. That handsome, white-robed young man was the legendary Snow Eagle Prince of Ardent Fire City. Under the escort of Chun Yufeng and the others, including some aristocratic clan disciples with slightly higher statuses, Dongbua Shuiying and his father finally sat at the host seat of the entire palace hall to enjoy the dance. The Misty Cloud Pavilion occupied a huge area. Within a residence, the plump male Qian Gan Shui had always been staying here. His current most important mission was to assassinate that Snow Eagle Prince. If Snow Eagle Prince did not come out, he could only wait. After waiting for 5 million years, he was at a loss. How long would this Snow Eagle Prince take before he came out? Did he only know how to cultivate? Lord, Prince Snow Eagle is currently in the Misty Cloud Pavilion. His subordinate immediately transmitted the news. What? Qiangan Shui was greatly shocked. He came out, and he was even in the Misty Cloud Pavilion? I have to act immediately. Qiangan Shui's heart was racing. He was thinking rapidly. He understood that he had to grab hold of this opportunity. Otherwise, who knew when the Snow Eagle Prince would come out again after returning to the marquisdom? I must not panic. This assassination must succeed. Qiangan Shui's gaze turned cold. If he failed, he would die miserably. Hence, no matter how anxious he was, he had to think calmly. The plan had to be foolproof. Fortunately, he had made ample preparations. After pondering for a moment, he immediately gave the order to mobilize his subordinates. The operation was about to begin. Chapter 1029. Within a private room on the second floor of a restaurant that was slightly closer to the Misty Cloud Pavilion, good wine and dishes were placed on the table. Only Qiangan Shui was seated here. His plump body sat on a chair. It was rare that he did not bring along any beautiful female attendants. As he drank, he was looking outside the window. His gaze was focused in the direction of the Misty Cloud Pavilion. He was clear how important this assassination plan was. At least to him, it would decide his life and death. He would not allow himself to fail. I only have this one chance. If I fail this time, the entire Yingshan clan will be infuriated. It is impossible for me to find a second chance. Master will not give me another chance either. Qiangan Shui thought. Jia. The door to the private room was pushed open. A thin teenager walked in. This thin teenager had a faint aura of Unity Realm. He held a short blade in his hand. He was casually playing with it. When Qiangan Shui saw who came, his eyes brightened. He immediately stood up and greeted with a fawning tone, "Brother Nian." "Amen." The thin teenager casually sat down. "The operation will begin in a while. Ever since I accepted this mission of yours, I have stayed in this Ardent Fire City for 5 million years. Brother Nian, you have worked hard. Currently, that brat is within the Misty Cloud Pavilion." Qiangan Shui said. "Chen Yufeng, Yingshan Lai Hu, and the others are accompanying that brat. The moment he comes out, it will be time for us to act." The entire place was isolated from the outside world. The conversation here could not be heard from the outside world. The thin teenager nodded, rest assured. "By then, I'll just kill that Yingshan Snow Eagle. Brother Nian, this matter concerns the life of this little brother. I'll have to rely on Brother Nian." Qiangan Shui could not help but say, "Humph, I don't care about your life. Just remember to pay me 12 million cosmos crystals after the mission is completed." The thin teenager said. Qiangan Shui nodded. "Definitely." The core of his plan this time was to invite this terrifying assassin from the Black Devil Great Lake, Nianjiu. He had to pay 8 million cosmos crystals to invite him. If the assassination failed, everything else could be forgotten. After the mission was completed, he would have to pay another 12 million cosmos crystals. In other words, this Nianjiu alone would have to pay 20 million cosmos crystals if he succeeded. And in reality, Qiangan Shui only had slightly more than 15 million cosmos crystals in total. For this assassination plan, he had already spent all the money. The 8 million cosmos crystals that he had paid in advance, as well as other means of preparation, had all been spent. He had even used up some of his own savings. If he succeeded, he would need to use up his own savings to make up for it. He even had to borrow some universe crystals from his master's companions. As long as the assassination plan succeeds, everything will be worth it. If master is happy, he might even give me a great reward. Qiangan Shui thought to himself. Time continued to flow. 2 hours for hours. The sky gradually darkened. Qian Gan Shui drank with Nianjiu, and neither of them spoke much. Huh. Nianjiu looked outside. We're out. Qian Gan Shui's body trembled as he stared outside the window at the group of people coming out of the misty cloud pavilion. Among them was a handsome youth in white who was being surrounded. What a handsome little fellow! His own strength is not worth mentioning. I can easily crush him to death. Even Marquis Ardenfire would most likely have prepared many methods to protect him. Unfortunately, he's dead now that I've made a move. Nianjiu stood up and took a step out of the window. He landed on the street outside and walked leisurely as if he was an ordinary cultivator amongst the many cultivators on the street. Qian Gan Shui held his breath nervously. The moment that would decide his fate had arrived. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The moment he arrives, we'll act. Qian Gan Shui transmitted. 8 dragon beasts pulled that luxurious carriage across the sky. Ying Shanlai, who was incomparably proud as he sat on the carriage with his son. Tian Yiji, the female attendant Yanyu, and the others were standing by the side. The protectors and female attendants were also waiting by the side. The speed of the carriage was fast. My son, this misty cloud pavilion is different, right? Haha, this is also the first time I brought you here. There's still many interesting things that I haven't brought you to try. Ying Shanlai, who chuckled. In the future, my son can come here by himself. He was a cultivator after all. He should have seen everything. You should experience the beauties and skeletons too. This is also considered cultivating the heart. Sir Lai Hu. Tian Yi muttered from the side. Ying Shanlai, who was slightly startled. He awkwardly answered Tian Yi. Elder Tian, I was just saying. The mortal dust refinement of the heart is not wrong, right? At this moment, Ying Shanlai, who felt so much regret that he wanted to slap his own mouth, because the words he said would most likely be reported up to Grandpa Marquis by Tian. Dongbua Shui Ying merely listened. He remained indifferent. Suddenly, he glanced at a distant restaurant with slight astonishment. Ever since he comprehended the domain technique from the profound mysteries within the spear body, his control of the void had reached an amazing level. Even during ordinary times, he could naturally sense anything within a certain region, and he discovered a familiar person. Qian Gan Shui? Dongbua Shui Ying saw a plump male seated by the window of that restaurant. That plump male was currently looking at him. When Dongbua Shui Ying looked over, Qian Gan Shui even revealed a smile. Humph. Dongbua Shui Ying no longer cared about him. Because of the matter regarding the female attendant Yanyu, he had ordered people to investigate. He knew that this Qian Gan Shui was someone who did some shady business. There was no need to care about such a character. Suddenly, the surrounding void suddenly trembled. The vast region was being suppressed. Not good. Tian Yi was greatly alarmed. He immediately transmitted, "Be careful, the surrounding void is being suppressed. We can't teleport." What? Ying Shanlai, who panicked at that moment. Xiu! 2 continuous streams of light shot out from the crowd of cultivators on the street below. Tian Yi and the 9 personal guards had formed silver armor on their bodies with great proficiency. The armor shone, forming a silver sphere that enveloped the carriage where Dongbua Shui Ying was at. Tian Yi and the others rapidly defended against the 2 streams of light and the diffusing poisonous fog. Break. The void trembled. Assassination? They actually dare to assassinate my son? Ying Shanlai, who paled. He was slightly panicking. Even though he had protectors, they were far weaker than the protectors of Dongbua Shui Ying. Father, there is an assassin trying to assassinate Snow Eagle. Ying Shanlai, who rarely transmitted a message to Marquis Ardenfire. Usually, he would not dare to disturb Marquis Ardenfire. Nonetheless, Marquis Ardenfire had already received the transmission from Tian Yi. Even though Marquis Ardenfire was furious, the Marquisdom was very far from this place. Even if he could teleport, There was a limit to how far he could teleport, and it would take the time taken to brew a cup of tea to rush over. Even if he rushed over, teleportation would be suppressed in the surroundings. He had to fly over, and it would be hard for him to save his son. "How dare you!" A furious roar reverberated in the world. World energy surged. Boundless world energy was madly condensing. It gradually condensed into a figure. It was none other than the incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire, but because it was condensed from the world energy, it required some time. "Marquis Ardent Fire, there is no need for you to take out an incarnation." Following that, a laughter reverberated in the world. A thin young man flew into the sky and clashed against the enormous silvery white light sphere formed by Tian Yi and the 9 personal protectors. At the moment of impact, the thin young man split into 6. A total of 6 thin young men erupted with a frightening aura. Every single one of them was not any weaker than the incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire. Almost instantaneously, the combat formation formed by Tian Yi and the others was shattered. "Prince, be careful." Tian Yi was anxious. All right, not far away, the plump male, Qian Ganshui, who was watching the battle from the restaurant, could not help but clench his fists. His fingertips pierced into his flesh. His emotions surged. He is indeed old Devil Nian. Chapter 1030. It's Nian Jiao. The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire, who was currently condensing, felt his heart trembling when he saw that. He could not help but grit his teeth. Who is so daring to become enemies with my Yingshan clan? Daring to assassinate the talented Snow Eagle Prince was akin to slapping the face of the Yingshan clan. The Yingshan clan would definitely not let this matter rest. Under normal circumstances, not many superpowers would be so foolish. But now, an assassination had happened, and there was even this devil Nianjiao. Nianjiao was originally a 9-headed devil snake born and bred within the Black Devil Great Lake. Because of the ancient cultivation technique, he had the avatar talent, allowing him to form a total of 9 avatars. As long as one avatar survived, the other 8 avatars would be able to cultivate back after dying. Hence, relying on this avatar talent, Nianjiao would frequently become an assassin. After all, there were not many experts who would risk their lives to assassinate others. They were either death warriors or experts like Nianjiao who had unique techniques. Protect the prince. The 2 black stream cloud wolves immediately transformed into a human form. Furthermore, 98 black-armored soldiers appeared around them. These 2 black stream cloud wolves transformed into a human form. One of them was still wearing black armor, and the other had a dark golden armor. There were 100 of them, and they immediately formed a huge combat formation. Hong Long Long, the surrounding black clouds revolved around the carriage at the center, and the 100 soldiers were scattered within the black clouds. All of their armor shone brightly, and their strength was completely linked as one. You actually dared to assassinate Snow Eagle Prince. Such guts! The leading dark golden armored captain revealed a sharp claw weapon with both hands. He roared out furiously, and his voice reverberated in the world. Ardent Fire Army Hidden Guards? Haha, who would have thought that one of the Ardent Fire Army's 3 secret guard teams would actually be protecting this little brat? The 6 skinny youths laughed heartily as they charged forward. Let me see how powerful you all are. Kill! The dark golden armored captain roared out. The rolling black clouds vaguely turned into an enormous 4-hooved mutated beast. The dark golden armored captain was like the claws of the 4-hooved mutated beast. Every single attack he made was incredibly violent. What? There is actually a team of dark guards from the Ardent Fire Army protecting that Yingshan Snow Eagle? Qian Ganshui, who was watching the battle from a restaurant far away, paled in anger. Isn't he being too biased? How could he let those shadow guard captains wait in the heavenly abode? This was the worst possible situation. A team of hidden guards. The leader of the secret guards was at God Yuan Palace level 5, while the other members were at the Unity Realm. Fusing with the entire combat formation, it could unleash a strength at the God Yuan Palace 7th level. It could even fight against some of the weaker primal chaos giants. Ing Shan Lai, who felt his legs turning soft. He even consoled Dongbua, Xue Ing by the side. My son, rest assured. They can't harm you. Maid Yan Yu also clenched her fists, ready to risk her life for her young master at any moment. In reality, they were only true gods. In a battle of this level, they were completely useless. In fact, regardless of whether it was the assassin Old Devil Nianjiu, the hidden guard team led by the Black Stream Cloud Wolf Captain, Tianji Marquis Ardenfire, or even that devil master who was constantly monitoring the situation of the assassination, all of them were extremely concerned. They felt their hearts tightening over the current situation. There was only one person. He might seem nervous on the surface, but in reality he was extremely calm. That was none other than Dongbua Xueing. Assassination. Dongbua Xueing sat on the carriage watching. Oh, this assassin could instantly form 6 avatars, but he is merely at the Unity Realm. Yet, he could form avatars. It shouldn't be an avatar technique of the Void lineage. Instead, it should be an ancient cultivation. But he is quite formidable. This assassin seems to have a God Yuan Palace 6th level strength by himself. 6 avatars even have a combined technique, allowing them to unleash a strength at the God Yuan Palace 7th level. Woo! So one of my 2 Black Stream Cloud Wolves is the leader of the Hidden Guards, and the other is an ordinary Hidden Guard, and the other 98 Hidden Guards have always been waiting for orders within the Eden Treasure? Marquis Ardenfire really regards me highly. Dongbua Xueing sighed inwardly. I have always thought that Elder Tian and the others are protectors. Who would have thought that one is in the light and the other in the dark? Elder Tian is leading 9 personal guards, and they only have a God Yuan Palace 6th level strength. An entire team of hidden guards is even stronger. 1 in the light and 1 in the dark. Dongbua Xueing continued watching the battle between the team of hidden guards and Devil Nianjiu. Both parties were frantically assassinating each other, and Old Devil Nianjiu could not break through for a short while. The cultivation techniques in the Realm Heart Great Land are indeed more profound. This combat formation is much more profound than that in the Primal Chaos Void. In the Primal Chaos Void, a 5th level Star Pagoda Unity expert working together with 99 other Unity experts. It was impossible for them to unleash the strength of the 7th floor of Star Tower, but the Realm Heart Great Land could do it. These combat formation techniques in the Realm Heart Great Land were simply more profound than the innate combined technique of the Destruction Devils. Qiangan Xue, who would have thought that there is an entire team of hidden guards protecting you at all times? I can't break through it. This mission will most likely fail. Nianjiu transmitted to Qiangan Xue. No. Qiangan Xue's eyes turned red. He mobilized his subordinates to arrange for death warriors, but in reality he did not care about the price to find Old Devil Nianjiu and invite him to act. This was his most important trump card. Who would have thought that Old Devil Nianjiu could not break through even after unleashing his God Yuan Palace 7th level strength? This Old Devil Nianjiu is too cowardly. I've heard that he has 9 avatars. Yet he would only use 6 avatars every time he assassinates someone. I wonder where the other 3 avatars are hiding at. Qiangan Xue's eyes were filled with madness. I can't care anymore. If I fail, I'll die. I'll risk it. Even though Qiangan Xue had placed most of his hopes on the powerful Old Devil Nianjiu, he would still die if he failed. He had prepared another killing move, which he spent more than 2 million years before he finally found a primal chaos giant to help him refine the venom. For the sake of a single portion of venom, he spent 6 million cosmos crystals. One had to know that some of the most ordinary secret treasures were only worth 10 million cosmos crystals. Those who came into contact with these cosmos crystals would almost certainly die. As long as they were at the Unity Realm, few could defend against it. Old Devil Nianjiu, it might affect you, but since you have an avatar, it's fine. Qiangan Shui took out a black flute and lightly blew it. Wang. An unseen sound ripple immediately spread in the direction of Dongbo Shuang. This sound ripple was a strange pale green in color. The color of this venom could be seen with the naked eye. No choice, it had to be sufficiently powerful and undetectable. The amount of cosmos crystals he prepared was not enough. What? The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire had just condensed. He was currently working together with the hidden guards to deal against old Devil Nianjiu. When he saw the pale green sound ripple coming over, his expression could not help but change. The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire did not have any treasures or weapons. It merely had a God Yuan Palace 6 level strength and could barely be compared to an avatar of old Devil Nianjiu. It could not affect the overall situation at all. Venom. Old Devil Nianjiu revealed a joyous look when he saw this. Not good. The hidden guards felt their hearts jolting. They could feel a great terror coming from this pale, green, sound, ripple venom. If they were to come into contact with this venom, they would most likely die. Hong, pooh, the surroundings boomed. The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire and the hidden guards were diverting their attention to attack that venom. Nonetheless, they could not isolate the venom at all. The venom continued spreading over. After all, it was a venom worth 6 million cosmos crystals. What should we do? The speed of the sound ripple venom was too fast, and it could not be teleported. Unless they were to escape and ignore the prince? Ha ha ha. Old Devil Nianjiu wantonly attacked the hidden guards, yet he was laughing out loud. In his opinion, without the obstruction of this hidden guard, that Snow Eagle Prince was incomparably weak. It was too easy to kill him. What should we do? What should we do? The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire was incredibly anxious. He had already transmitted a message to Old Mother Yingshan. Yet Old Mother Yingshan could not rush over in a short period. She had to seek the help of a primal chaos giant who specialized in ultra-long distance teleportation. All sorts of matters would require time, and in the blink of an eye, a battle at this level had occurred hundreds to thousands of times. Do not spare any effort to obstruct the enemy. Try to delay for as long as possible. As time goes on, there will be hope. The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire transmitted to the hidden guards. Yes, of all the hidden guards, some were willing, and some were unwilling, yet they still acknowledged the order. They did not dare to disobey the orders of Grandpa Marquis. They had to use their lives to fight, to resist against this strange venom and delay for as long as they could. On the carriage, Yingshan Lai Hu and the female attendant Yan Yu were in a daze. They did not understand what was happening on the battlefield. They only knew that the incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire was fighting with all the hidden guards. The hidden guards had all gone mad, and they felt a kind of sorrow. Dongbo Shuang was the only one who was calm. He looked to the distance at Qian Gan Shui, who was blowing the black flute. This venom is slightly interesting. It seems powerful, and ordinary attacks can't scatter it. Dongbo Shuang thought. A spear appeared in his hand. It was that secret treasure weapon. Following that, an unseen ripple spread out. This ripple was very subtle, and it permeated everywhere. Go. The space where the pale green sound ripple venom was at was distorted. It was clearly flying in the direction of Dongbo Shuang, yet in the blink of an eye, it arrived by the side of Qiangan Shui. What? Qiangan Shui looked at the pale green venom in front of him with terror. This venom did not differentiate between friend and foe. He controlled the flute to control its direction. Who? Under the influence of the venom, Qiangan Shui's body was corroded, turning into a puddle of green water. He died on the spot. Even though the venom permeated the surroundings, it was fortunate that there was no one around. Those cultivators, including the guests and attendants, had already escaped far away. After all, a battle of this level was something that cultivators would do their best to distance themselves from. Even if they were 50,000 kilometers away, they would not feel safe. At a distant location on the wide street, a black-robed man was watching from afar. He was none other than the incarnation of that devil master. He relied on a treasure to conceal his aura and lived in seclusion in the Ardent Fire City. Given his hatred towards Marquis Ardent Fire, his incarnation was here to find an opportunity to deal against Marquis Ardent Fire. This Qiangan Shui is still quite useful. He actually prepared such a venom. The edge of the black-robed man's lips curled upwards. Following that, his expression changed. That pale green sound ripple venom actually twisted strangely towards the side of Qiangan Shui, causing him to die. The black-robed man even felt that the space seemed normal. There is actually an expert protecting that snow eagle prince. Isn't the Yingshan clan putting in too much effort for the sake of protecting him? The black-robed man could not help but grit his teeth. Chapter 1031. The black-robed devil master gritted his teeth. His eyes were cold. Seeing how anxious the incarnation of Marquis Ardenfire was, Marquis Ardenfire would definitely go mad if he succeeded in killing that little brat, Yingshan Snow Eagle. The expert protecting Yingshan Snow Eagle in the dark was able to crack the venom without anyone noticing. Is he really powerful, or does he just happen to be able to restrain the venom? Many thoughts flashed across the mind of the black-robed demon master. I'd better stick to the original plan. Audiact. Yes. The black-robed devil master silently gave the order. He coldly looked to the distance. Even though he asked Qiangan Shui to assassinate Yingshan, he had never placed all his hopes on Qiangan Shui. Instead, he prepared his final trump card. Let me see who exactly is protecting him in the dark. The black-robed devil master sneered inwardly. In the entire Ardenfire City, even Marquis Ardenfire's true body could not make it in time. Who could obstruct my magic servant? And on the carriage in midair, Yingshanlai, who panicked to the point his body was trembling. Tian Yiji, who retreated to the side, anxiously transmitted to Dongbua Shuang. Prince, this poison is frightening. If the hidden guards can't resist against it, I'll immediately keep you in my Eden treasure and flee for your life. Hopefully you can hold on until the experts invited by Old Mother Yingshan arrive. In a while, don't resist. Even though she was transmitting, Tian Yiji was looking to the distance with shock. Not just him. Many hidden guards and protectors present had a kind of resolution. The resolution to fight to the death for their prince. They had people they cared about, and they were not really willing to face death. But since they chose to rely on Marquis Ardenfire, they rarely met any danger and enjoyed the help of resources. Hence, when danger came, they had to stand out. Those who dared to escape would definitely not be let off by the Yingshan clan. The surrounding atmosphere was slightly sorrowful and mad. All of them were gritting their teeth as they watched the faint green sound ripple poison flying over from the black flute. Come, let's risk it. Good daughter, I can no longer accompany you. These hidden guards were fighting with old devil Nianjiu while paying attention to the poison. But the poison suddenly appeared by the side of Qiangan Shui, causing him to die. This. How could this be? Everyone present was overjoyed at having escaped from the brink of death, but at the same time they were in disbelief. The incarnation of Marquis Ardenfire was also watching with disbelief at this scene, because the minute's spatial distortion controlled by Dongbua Shui only affected the region where the venomous liquid was located. It did not affect the incarnation of Marquis Ardenfire at all. Hence, the incarnation of Marquis Ardenfire did not discover where the problem lay. Ha, my son. There are experts protecting you in the dark. My Yingshan clan really has many experts. Yingshanlai, who felt great joy when he saw this. Yes, there is also a mysterious great expert. Tian Yi was also excited. We still have experts. The morale of all the hidden guards and bodyguards present was greatly boosted. Xue Ying sat there with a look of joy on his face. Such a formidable expert. I wonder who he is. There was no other way. He was only born 5 million years ago, yet he was able to display the strength of the divine Yuan Palace level 8. After all, that simple domain-type technique was already at the 8th level. This completely exceeded the scope of a genius. If he were to be exposed, Dongbu Xueying was afraid of attracting the attention of some horrifying old fellows in Realm Heart, Great Land. After all, reincarnation was something Dongbu Xueying suspected. He was not the only one who did it. Hence, it was better to be cautious. This move of distorting the void was like a street that was originally straight. Dongbu Xueying then warped this street to another street. As the venomous liquid traveled on the street, it naturally followed the warped street and entered the other street. Similar logic. The surrounding void had been controlled by Dongbu Xueying to distort and become chaotic. Moving from this direction would naturally lead him to another direction. It might seem like teleportation, but in reality it was entirely different. Teleportation relied on the transmission of spatial ripples, and this was a technique that altered the entire spatial structure. This technique was incredibly formidable. Dongbu Xueying had just comprehended it, yet it was already at the primal chaos realm. Of course, it was also because of his deep accumulations. His Tao of Void had reached the primal chaos realm in the laws and profound mystery system, and his eyesight, which allowed him to rapidly comprehend this move from the spear body of this damaged secret treasure weapon. If it were others, even those void lineage experts who relied on their bloodline to reach the primal chaos realm would have a hard time comprehending this technique when facing this spear body. Naturally, Dongbu Xueying did not feel proud at all. Instead, he admired the refiner of this spear body. I have merely comprehended the tip of the iceberg. This spear body isn't even a complete secret treasure. Dongbu Xueying thought, I really wonder who the original owner of the spear body is. Saying it was slow, but the mental state of Dongbu Xueying only lasted for an instant. All the surrounding protectors, including the incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire, were feeling joyous. Right at this moment, a pavilion not too far away suddenly exploded. A humanoid life form turned into a stream of light and charged over. Previously, its aura was completely concealed and no one could sense it. But at this moment, its aura was completely unleashed. In an instant, its aura became so strong that it became the strongest existence present. It was even stronger than the 100 hidden guards. It was even stronger than old devil Nianjiu, who executed the combined technique. It had a pair of inverted joints and a pair of long arms similar to that of a gorilla. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it had a single deep green eye. Nianjiu worked together with the magic servant to kill that snow eagle prince. After this matter is done, I'll hand over the remaining 12 million cosmos crystals. A transmission was transmitted over to old devil Nianjiu. Ha ha ha. Old devil Nianjiu was in great joy. Only now did he know that behind Qian Shui was this great devil. Palace Master, you can be rest assured. Old devil Nianjiu's fighting spirit shot to the sky. Being a relatively famous assassin in the Black Devil Great Lake, he naturally recognized this great devil of the Black Devil Great Lake. Even though the gap between their statuses was huge, he had avatar techniques and was not afraid. Not good. On the other side, the incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire had a huge change in expression as he watched the humanoid life form charging over. Magic Servant Chao Qing? The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire recognized him. Under the berserk state of this magic servant, its frontal charge was beyond that of old devil Nianjiu. He and old devil Nianjiu worked together and almost instantly broke through the defensive formation formed by the Dark Guards. The dark guards were sent flying in all directions and were unable to stop them, be it old devil Nianjiu or demon servant Chao Qing. They did not pursue the dark guards. They only had one goal, young Master Snow Eagle. Demonic servant Chao Qing? He is truly willing. The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire rushed forward. Scram! The magic servant roared out with a claw, causing the void to explode. The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire directly shattered apart. At that moment, the eyes of the incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire were filled with unwillingness and fury, as well as an apology towards that Yingshan Snow Eagle, who could not resist at all on the carriage. Snow Eagle, it is I, Ardent Fire, who is useless. Marquis Ardent Fire felt his heart aching. Whoosh, whoosh. Magic servant Chao Qing and old devil Nianjiu's 6 clones charged over at the same time. Dongbua Shui-ing sat on the carriage with a spear in his hand. He remained calm and said, Demon servant, according to the scriptures, this should be the magic servant Chao Qing, right? The refinement of puppets in the realm heart great land was much more profound. Magic servant Chao Qing was a fleshy life-form puppet that was loyal and devoted. Being a puppet, if its master wanted it to die, it would do its best to die. Magic servant Chao Qing was considered one of the lower end amongst the fleshy life-form puppets at the primal chaos realm. Some powerful cosmos gods specialized in refining it and selling it to the outside world. Magic servant Chao Qing had a God Yuan Palace 6 level strength during normal times. If he ignited the energy he accumulated, he could unleash a God Yuan Palace 7th level strength. But every time he unleashed it, his vitality would be greatly damaged. After that, he would have to be fed with rare treasures to recover his strength. Furthermore, he could even self-detonate, increasing his power by several times. Because he was ultimately a magic servant, he was lacking in terms of realm. He specialized more in pure strength. Only when magic servant Chao Qing and old devil Nianjiu worked together could they break through the obstruction of the dark guards. Prince, you should escape first. I'll block them. Tian Yiji and the 9 personal guards behind her had already formed a combat formation. My son, hurry up and escape. I'll risk my life against him. Yingshan Lai, who felt his eyes splitting apart. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at his father with slight shock. He had never had a good impression of this father. But at this moment, Dongbua Shui-ing was truly surprised. How could he understand the thoughts of Yingshan Lai, who? At this moment, Yingshan Lai, who was furious. He was the second son of Marquis Ardent Fire. When Marquis Ardent Fire had him, Marquis Ardent Fire was still weak. He, Yingshan Lai, who had a weak bloodline. He had once worked hard, yet it was hard to improve. He felt despair. Hence, he immersed himself in enjoyment. Marquis Ardent Fire asked for a marriage for him, and he accepted it with a smile. That wife of his, Chanyu Yanzhen, had begun arranging subordinates to control the resources under his name. How could he not know? But he accepted it with a smile. He was too lazy to care about these. He enjoyed himself to his heart's content. Even though he had many women and over 300 children, he did not care about them. Only those children who were strong and talented would be given a slight look. In his heart, he hoped that one of his children could rise and become dazzling. So many years had passed, even though he, Yingshan Lai, who led a befuddled life outside, he understood that many aristocratic clan disciples looked down on him because he was too weak. He was just a true god. If not for him being the son of Marquis Ardent Fire, he would most likely be a commoner. He had always been looked down upon. Finally, there was a day when his son, Yingshan Snow Eagle, was born. The moment he was born, it shocked the entire world. Marquis Ardent Fire and even old mother Yingshan attached great importance to it. Many people in the entire Ardent Fire City were shocked. From then on, nobody dared to disrespect Yingshan Lai, who when they saw him. Yingshan Lai, who loved this feeling of being respected, even though he felt that his son did not like him, and had never given him any cosmos crystals. He did not care. I, Ingshan Lai Hu, have a son called Ingshan Snow Eagle. I can die, but my son can't. Ingshan Lai Hu seemed mad. Dongbua Shui Ing sat there, seeing old devil Nianjiao and magic servant Chao Qing rushing over like streams of light. The gaze of Dongbua Shui Ing turned cold. Hong, the void in the surrounding 500,000 kilometers, suddenly distorted. It was a scene of apocalypse. This distorted void naturally enveloped everyone present, including magic servant Chao Qing and the 6 great avatars of old devil Nianjiao. Chapter 1032. Magic servant Chao Qing and old devil Nianjiao joined hands to attack. They used all their strength because they were wary of the hidden experts. They had seen the scene of venom being lured away, sneaking around. Even if I'm afraid, he won't be that strong. The 2 of them were not afraid. One was a magic servant, and the other had 6 avatars. What was there to be afraid of? As long as they succeeded in killing Prince Snow Eagle, losing a few avatars was a small matter. Hong, the void in the surrounding 500,000 kilometers, suddenly distorted. Magic servant Chao Qing and old devil Nianjiao sensed their surroundings in shock. The surrounding void was completely chaotic. Previously, they could clearly see Prince Snow Eagle. Now that the void was chaotic, their bodies were being teleported away, and they could no longer see Prince Snow Eagle. Old devil Nianjiao's 6 avatars were all changing their positions. Naturally, their combined technique was broken. Chi chi chi. Countless cracks appeared on the 6 bodies of old devil Nianjiao. He widened his eyes in disbelief. I died just like that? Where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? Hua. His 6 bodies were destroyed. Old devil Nianjiao could not find the enemy even in death. If one were to say that the activation of venom was the subtle control of Dongbua Shuiying's domain technique, then this was the full, explosive power of his domain. Usually he would practice within the Void God Pagoda. This was the first time he used it to kill an enemy. 2 spatial distortions were used on a single body at the same time. One of the spatial distortions wanted to teleport the upper body to the north, while the other wanted to teleport the lower body to the south. The result of using them at the same time was Puchi, the body would be sliced apart by the distorted void. In that instant, all 6 avatars of old devil Nianjiao suffered more than 1,000 slashes and were directly destroyed. At another location, magic servant Chao Qing's body also suffered more than 1,000 slashes, but being a primal chaos realm flesh puppet, his realm was low, but his fleshy body was strong, and his strength was tyrannical. Dongbua Shuiying might be at the 8th level, but it was ultimately a domain technique. The distortion of the void was unable to tear apart magic servant Chao Qing's body. Come out. Magic servant Chao Qing let out a frenzied roar. He could not see the enemy. His body is quite strong. Dongbua Shuiying, who was sitting on the chariot, placed his spear on his thigh and lightly tapped the air with his right hand. He was clearly sitting there, far away from magic servant Chao Qing. But this fingertip, clearly Dongbua Shuiying had distorted the void, allowing his finger to connect with Chao Qing's head. Pooh! His fingertip tapped the demonic servant's glabella. Without any defense, he bore the full brunt of the terrifying power of the finger. Demonic servant Chao Qing widened his eyes. Following that, his body silently disintegrated. He disintegrated at the particle level and turned into nothingness. With a point of his finger, demonic servant Chao Qing dissipated like dust. Dongbua Shuiying was still sitting there, seemingly not moving at all. The 10th style of the southern cloud, 12 sacred styles, smoke and dust scattering. Like the secret treasure spear body, one had to comprehend it himself. Dongbua Shuiying had to spend a lot of effort to comprehend the God Yuan Palace 7th level domain technique. By relying on the spear body, he was able to reach the 8th level power. But the southern cloud, 12 sacred styles, was different. This was an extremely detailed absolute art. Xue Ying could even comprehend the void bloodline in his body. Hence, he had already grasped the 9th and 10th style of the God Yuan Palace 8th level technique. The 10th style, smoke and dust scattering, was known for its terrifying power. But this technique was too simple and could be easily broken. The 9th style was comparatively more unpredictable, and its power was slightly weaker. Nevertheless, by relying on the domain, the enemy could not defend against it at all, allowing him to bear the full might of the smoke and dust scattering. The combination of the domain and smoke and dust scattering could be said to be a perfect match. This combined technique could be said to be at the peak of the 8th level. Magic servant Chao Qing's body dissipated under a single strike. What? The surrounding void was chaotic. Explosions could be heard. The dark guards present could feel the chaos in their surroundings. They could even see many pavilions and residences by the side of the street being teleported away. They were now floating in midair. Everything had been settled. All the buildings, mansions, and houses that had been teleported away and floating in the air for 1,000,000 miles around them had all returned to their original positions. Some of the cultivators, who were enveloped by the void within the region of 500,000 kilometers, had returned to their original positions. Such a formidable expert. Tianyi Ji and the others excitedly looked around them. They shouted out, "Many thanks, Senior, for saving our clan's prince. Many thanks, Senior." The female attendant Yan Yu also added at this moment. Ying Shanlai, who sat on the carriage. He rubbed his head and let out a breath. He was so frightened that his legs turned soft. He turned to Dongbua Xue Ying by the side. "My son, rest assured. My Yingshan clan has a deep foundation and must have arranged for a formidable expert to protect you. How could those assassins succeed?" Ying Shanlai, who was weak and had poor eyesight, he did not understand how terrifying the enemy this time was. "Many thanks, Senior, for saving my life." Dongbua Xue Ying shouted out too. Even though he had pointed out with his finger previously, at that time, he had also distorted the surrounding void. Even if others stared at him, they could only see his body sitting there. They could not see where his finger was because the void was distorted there. Since he acted, he would naturally not leave behind any flaws. The black-robed Devil Master, who was watching from afar, saw the distorted void. When the void regained its calmness, old Devil Nianjiu and magic servant Chao Qing had disappeared. 2 experts at the 7th level of the Yuan Xin Palace disappeared without a trace in an instant? What kind of strength was that? Even if Marquis Ardent Fire acted, it is impossible for him to be this fast. The expression of the black-robed Devil Master turned cold. After all, the void was suppressed, and one could not teleport. One had to fly to kill the enemy. Old Devil Nianjiu had 6 avatars, and magic servant Chao Qing's body was relatively strong too. The surrounding void is suppressed, and time-space is distorted. Who could kill Nianjiu and magic servant Chao Qing in an instant? Does the Yingshan clan have such an expert? The black-robed Devil Master pondered for a moment. Only that unfathomable Old Mother Yingshan from the Yingshan clan could do it. But what identity did Old Mother Yingshan have? She would definitely be protecting the Yingshan city. The Yingshan city was much bigger and more important than the Ardent Fire city. It was much more important too. Given the distance and the lack of an ultra-long distance spatial teleportation technique, it was impossible for her to protect Snow Eagle in time. Who is it? Unless it is an expert living in seclusion in the Ardent Fire city? Seeing that the talent of that little Snow Eagle is high, he decided to protect him? The black-robed Devil Master could only think of this point. Consider him lucky. The black-robed Devil Master turned around and left. The carriage was still in midair. The 8 dragon beasts felt slightly uneasy. The 100 hidden guards, Tianyi Ji, the 9 personal guards, the female attendant Yanyu, and the group of servants and protectors by the side of Shan Lai who were all startled. They could not regain their calmness for a moment. Prince, previously I saw many pavilions and houses floating by the horizon. The female attendant Yan was slightly excited. In the blink of an eye, they have all returned. I wonder which senior it is. Dongbua Shui sighed. Truly amazing. This senior might be acquainted with my Shan clan for him to help Prince. But Prince should remember this favor. Tian Ji chuckled. He envied his prince for being able to form a friendship with that expert. Who? In midair, the incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire condensed once again. Marquis Ardent Fire saw that everything was fine. Seeing that Dongbua Shui was not injured, he let out a sigh of relief. He immediately asked about what happened previously, just as they were chatting. Who? Two figures appeared out of thin air. One was a green-eyed old man, and the other was old Mother Shan. Old ancestor, Marquis, floating dust. The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire immediately went forward. I came late. Old Mother Shan looked at the surrounding situation. She chuckled. But it is fortunate that nothing happened. How did you all defend against that magic servant Chao Qing? The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire shook his head. I do not know either. It should be an expert who is passing by the Ardent Fire City. Old Mother Shan looked at the sky. The void gradually warped and revealed the scene of the past, though it was soon disrupted. The assassin has even distorted time-space. Old Mother Shan turned to the green-eyed old man by the side. Floating dust, I'll have to trouble you to investigate. All right. The green-eyed old man nodded. His eyes shot out a faint green light. One could see the scene of the past appearing in the distant sky. It was showing the entire battle from start to end. It's just that when the void was distorted, everything was in chaos. They could only see some regions that Dongbua Shui did not deliberately conceal. What a formidable domain technique! The green-eyed old man exclaimed. That year, 9 devils and magic servant Chao Qing were exterminated in an instant. Magic servant Chao Qing has a God Yuan Palace 7th level strength when he fully erupts. Furthermore, his body is tyrannical. Killing him in an instant is very difficult. I can't do it, Marquis Ardent Fire said. His combat style was more tyrannical, but the magic servant was not foolish. He knew how to resist and escape. The one who acted should have a strength at the 9th level. Old Mother Shan chuckled. What's strange is that he acted to save this brat Snow Eagle, yet he did not inform this old granny about it, unless it wasn't because of my face. If it was because of her, he should have informed her. He might be living in seclusion in the Ardent Fire City, or he might just be passing by. Old Mother Shan shook her head with a smile. No matter what, this expert does not have any malicious intent. We should still thank him. Amen. Marquis Ardent Fire nodded. Old Mother Shan and Marquis Ardent Fire could not think of who it was for a moment. At least nobody within the Southern Cloud Nation fit the description. Nonetheless, the realm heart, great land, was vast. There were many nations, and there were even the 6 great ancient nations with many experts. There were even more mysterious experts roaming the realm heart, great land. Naturally, there were many who were not familiar with Old Mother Shan. Little fellow Snow Eagle, Old Mother Shan looked at Dongbua Shui. For him to be able to save you, it means that he has a heart that cherishes talent. Perhaps you might meet him in the future, and you must befriend him. After all, according to their judgment, he was at least a conferred king. In the entire Southern Cloud Nation, there were a total of 21 conferred kings. None of them had such a terrifying technique that could distort the void. Yes, Dongbua Shui nodded. For you not to panic, your heart realm is quite good. The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire praised Dongbua Shui. As Old Mother Shan spoke, she was also pondering over who the mysterious expert was. Firstly, She excluded the possibility of him being from the Southern Cloud Nation. It should be an expert outside the nation. She was relatively familiar with the entire Black Devil Four Nations. She knew some devils from the Black Devil Great Lake too, and there were only 2 primal chaos existences that could achieve this. As for the wider world, outside the Black Devil Four Nations, there were many more experts. That can be considered an opportunity. Snow Eagle has the talent in the void, and this expert specializes in the void too. Since he acted, who knows if we might be fated to meet in the future. Old Mother Ing Shan chuckled. Following that, her expression turned cold. She was pondering over who arranged this assassin. Who was it that wanted the life of the disciple with the greatest talent in the history of her Ing Shan clan? Ing Shan Snow Eagle. Let me say this beforehand. I will take a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow will resume updating. ***. Chapter 1033. Ardent Fire. Old Mother Ing Shan's voice remained calm. You are too lax with your Ardent Fire City, allowing so many experts to sneak in. It is I who is useless. Marquis Ardent Fire lowered his head. There is also a magic servant Chao Qing. Old Mother Ing Shan nonchalantly said. To be able to send the devil Nianjiao and even send a magic servant as an assassin, the identity of the mastermind behind this should be extraordinary. Marquis Ardent Fire obediently nodded. He was after all a Grandpa Marquis, yet he was not willing to buy a magic servant. Naturally, he could still afford the bottom-tier primal chaos realm magic servant Chao Qing. But since he had been guarding the Ardent Fire City for a long period, he naturally did not feel the need to buy one. It was too extravagant and wasteful. Investigate. Old Mother Ing Shan coldly said, investigate to the end. Fuchin, you should accompany me in this Ardent Fire City for 3 days and help me investigate. The subordinates of Ardent Fire are still too weak in terms of searching for traces. All right. The green-eyed old man chuckled. Old Mother Ing Shan was one of the ancient conferred kings in the Southern Cloud Nation. Her strength was also ranked at the forefront. Marquis Fuchin had long received a favor from Old Mother Ing Shan when he was weak. After that, the relationship between the two naturally became closer. Dongbua Shuiing and Ing Shanlai, who had already stood up on the carriage. Little fellow Snow Eagle. Old Mother Ing Shan giggled as she looked at Dongbua Shuiing. You are holding a spear. Why? Do you want to fight personally? Old Ancestor. Dongbua Shuiing abruptly released his aura. He confidently said, Currently, I have reached the God Yuan Palace 5th level strength. I believe I can still fight against the enemy. Naturally, I am not willing to let myself be captured. The eyes of Old Mother Ing Shan brightened at that moment. The Southern Cloud sacred body has reached the 5th level? The incarnation of Marquis Ardent Fire was startled too. How rare. It has just been 5 million years, right? Little Prince Snow Eagle has reached the God Yuan Palace 5th level strength. Marquis Floating Dust sighed. You can rely on your bloodline to reach the Unity Realm. But cultivating the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles requires comprehension abilities. Reaching this realm in just 5 million years, his talent is truly amazing. Even though Old Mother Ing Shan was happy, she still said, You should stop praising this little fellow. His bloodline is extraordinary, and coincidentally, it originates from the void bloodline of the king. It is easy for him to comprehend the bloodline transformations and cultivate the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. It is not bad for him to reach this stage in 5 million years. She was afraid that Dongbua Shuiing would be too arrogant. After all, he was the one with the greatest talent in the history of the Ing Shan clan. If he were too arrogant and became arrogant, he would not be devout and serious in his cultivation. That would greatly affect his future. Snow Eagle, little doll. Old Mother Ing Shan chuckled. Even though you have a God Yuan Palace 5th level strength, both that magic servant and old devil Nianjiao have a God Yuan Palace 7th level strength. If they want to kill you, they can really kill you with a flip of their hand. I know, but it is impossible for me to resist and allow them to kill me. Dongbua Shui-ing added, Old ancestor, I have reached this level of strength and should be able to go to the capital, right? Go to the main religion of the Southern Cloud sacred religion and learn the complete Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. Amen. Old Mother Ing Shan and Marquis Ardent Fire could not help but nod. You have to go, and do it as soon as possible. Marquis Ardent Fire added, There are many experts in the main religion of the Southern Cloud sacred religion. It will be more beneficial to you if you cultivate there. Old Mother Ing Shan said, It is best for you to cultivate there for a few more days. With your talent, I'll find some old friends and let you become an inner disciple of the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Many thanks, old ancestor. Dongbua Shui-ing said, You should go back and rest first. I'll arrange for you to set off after a few days. Old Mother Ing Shan said. Waving her hand, she enveloped Dongbua Shui-ing, Ing Shanlai Hu, Tiani Ji, and the group of protectors and servants. She forcefully teleported Dongbua Shui-ing and the others to the Ardent Fire Marquisdom. Clearly, with Old Mother Ing Shan's strength, it was not hard for her to teleport through a short distance without the void suppression. Of course, she could not achieve ultra-long distance teleportation. The expression of Old Mother Ing Shan sunk. I do want to see who is the one behind this. The eyes of Marquis Ardent Fire flashed with cold light. Clearly, he was infuriated this time. The entire Ardent Fire City was in a state of panic. Hua hua hua. The entire Ardent Fire Army was practically moving out. Many teams of Ardent Fire Army were flying above the Ardent Fire City. They were investigating various places. Old Mother Ing Shan merely left behind an incarnation here. She brought Marquis Floating Dust to oversee the place. If she discovered any suspicious points, she would personally investigate with Marquis Floating Dust. With her around, even the other giant of the Ardent Fire City, Chen Yue, who controlled the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace, had ordered his subordinates to temporarily return to their respective locations. Speak. The plump Chen Yufeng knelt there. His face was filled with sweat. Marquis Ardent Fire sat there with a group of soldiers around him. Marquis Ardent Fire coldly stared at Chen Yufeng. Yes, I've said everything. But Grandpa Marquis, this is unrelated to me. Pavilion Master Chen Yufeng shouted out. He had sought help from the clan, yet the clan merely told him to fully cooperate with the Ing Shan clan. Old Mother Ing Shan was furious. Even though the Chen Yu clan was one of the 3 great emperor-ranked clans, it was impossible for them to infuriate Old Mother Ing Shan for the sake of a little fellow. Being a conferred king, Old Mother Ing Shan could casually kill Chen Yufeng without any punishment. Many chains of gray businesses were pulled out. Many aristocratic clan disciples were captured and interrogated. These aristocratic clan disciples no longer had a future in terms of strength. Naturally, they wanted to earn more resources. Naturally, some of them interfered in some gray businesses. Now they were implicated by that Qiangan Shui, suffering from the calamity. Qiangan Shui, it is fortunate that you died early. Otherwise, I'll definitely not forgive you. Chen Yufeng gritted his teeth as he was locked in the prison. He had suffered from many interrogations and punishments during the short 2 days. He had even been sent to the Ing Shan clan ancestral family to be interrogated in the illusory realm. Even so, Marquis Ardent Fire still locked him up. He, Chen Yufeng, was still from the Chen Yu clan. His status was relatively high, yet he barely survived. This time, the Ing Shan clan investigated the entire Ardent Fire City. There were even aristocratic clan disciples who helped contact Old Devil Nianjiu, yet all of them were killed. Many of those who did gray businesses with low statuses were either imprisoned or killed as long as they were suspected to be subordinates of Qiangan Shui. During these 3 days, all aristocratic clan disciples in the entire Ardent Fire City became much more low profile. They could act wantonly when facing ordinary commoners, but killing commoners would result in them being fined. But Old Mother Ingshan did not receive any punishment for killing them. Naturally, Old Mother Ingshan would not kill indiscriminately. There were some hidden rules between the aristocratic clans in the southern Cloud Nation. Humph. Within the Ardent Fire City, within an ordinary underground cultivation room within an ordinary residence, the black-robed Devil Master was currently seated cross-legged here. With how vast the Ardent Fire City was, there were many cultivators. It was impossible for him to investigate every single household, and the incarnation of the Devil Master had been hiding within the Ardent Fire City. He had never interacted with his subordinates. Anxious? Is he mad? Just a single assassination, and he did not succeed. Why is he so furious? The edge of the black-robed Devil Master's lips curled upwards. Marquis Ardent Fire, you sure can't keep your composure. He closed his eyes. He sat cross-legged and fell into a deep sleep. To him, this was merely a greeting to Marquis Ardent Fire. Chapter 1034. 3 days later. Fog pervaded the place. Dongbua Shueing was currently drinking alone in a pavilion by the lake. A spear was placed on his knees. Because the incarnation of Old Mother Ingshan was in the Ardent Fire City, Dongbua Shueing merely sent his consciousness into the spear body to comprehend it. He did not practice it. As they drank, Yin Yu occasionally poured wine for them. Snow Eagle, a voice rang out. The red-haired male Marquis Ardent Fire and another black-robed bewitching young man flew over. Dongbua Shueing kept his spear and stood up. Marquis. Dongbua Shueing replied. His eyes couldn't help but land on the black-robed, devilish young man. The devilish young man was holding a folding fan in one hand and was fanning himself. His aura was extremely devilish as well. I'm demonic, servant, blood rain. The black-robed, demonic young man folded his fan and bowed. Old Mother bestowed upon me the name Ingshan Bai. In the future, I will be Prince's protector. The day Prince breaks through to the primal chaos realm will be the day I return to the ancestral family. Dongbua Shueing was shocked. Demonic servant, blood rain? It was rare for flesh puppets to reach the primal chaos realm, and there were even fewer that could be mass-produced. The magic servant, Chao Qing, was considered one of the weakest. It was the cheapest, but it still required 50 million cosmos crystals. There were some that could be refined into cosmos gods, but the magic servant blood rain was different. Only one of the 6 great ancient nations, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, could refine it. Usually it could maintain strength at the God Yuan Palace 7th level. At the crucial moment, he could ignite his body to unleash the power of the divine Yuan Palace level 8. Because of the damage to his body after the battle, he would need to absorb a large amount of external items to replenish himself. A magic servant that could erupt with a God Yuan Palace 8th level power, this was a horrifying price. It was comparable to the price of 6 Chao Qings. Marquis Ardent Fire might not be able to afford it, even if he sold his entire fortune. Only Old Mother Ingshan could easily buy him and bestow him the name Ingshan Zibai. I'll have to trouble Zibai in the future. Dongbua Shueing said, It is my honor to be your guard. Zibai held a folding fan in his hand and bowed gracefully. Snow Eagle, old ancestor, is afraid that the mastermind of this assassination would not let the matter rest. That is why he sent Zibai over. Marquis Ardent Fire said, You didn't manage to find out who the mastermind is? Dongbua Shueing asked. I can only deduce that he should be a devil from the Black Devil Great Lake. Marquis Ardent Fire shook his head. Dongbua Shueing's heart tightened. Black Devil Great Lake? Including the Southern Cloud Nation, the surrounding 4 nations were collectively known as the Black Devil 4 Nations. Why? It was precisely because their neighboring Black Devil Great Lake was a famous gathering place for devils across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Some terrifying devils that were wanted by the 6 great ancient nations, yet could not be dealt with, were hiding in the Black Devil Great Lake. The 6 great ancient kingdoms could still make them flee. As for the other Tier 2 nations like the Southern Cloud Nation, they had a headache dealing with the Black Devil Great Lake. After all, the Black Devil Great Lake had more than 10 cosmos gods, and there were even terrifying great devils that had once wreaked havoc in the 6 great ancient nations. A devil from the Black Devil Great Lake sent his subordinates to assassinate me. Dongbua Shue Ing felt puzzled. It should be an enemy that my Ing Shan clan provoked. Marquis Ardent Fire said, the Ing Shan clan has existed for a long period, and it is inevitable for them to interact with the devils from the Black Devil Great Lake. The Ing Shan clan isn't willing to be bullied and humiliated. Hence, they would occasionally go on a killing spree. Interact with devils. Dongbua Shue Ing felt bewildered. Why would a conferred king clan in the Southern Cloud Nation interact with devils? Wait until you reach the primal chaos realm. You will know these. Marquis Ardent Fire said, this matter should not be delayed. You should hurry to the capital. All right, I've prepared everything and can set off any time. Dongbua Shue Ing grinned. Zibai immediately waved his folding fan. Fanning himself, he chuckled. It has been a long time since I went to the capital. This time, I can follow Prince to the capital to have a look. That day, Dongbua Shue Ing brought along magic servant Zibai, Tian Yiji, 2 Blackstream Cloud Wolves, 9 personal guards, and a female attendant Yanyu. Even though his mother Rong Xinglan asked him to bring more female attendants over, Dongbua Shue Ing was used to bitterly cultivating in his previous life. Hence, bringing a female attendant was sufficient to deal with his mother. Who? At the Ardent Fire City, they first arrived at one of the 3 great Emperor rank cities, the Pure Resistance City. Following that, they once again passed through the teleportation array at the Pure Resistance City before heading to the capital. Hua, the space regained its calm. A white-robed handsome young man was accompanied by a female attendant, a gray-robed old man, and a black-robed devilish male who was fanning himself. The 2 Blackstream Cloud Wolves looked around them and let out a low roar. The 9 personal guards were even more solemn. The Southern Cloud Capital. Dongbua Shue Ing watched. In the sky, many strands of light were revolving. The city was so big that one could not see the end of it, being the biggest city in the Southern Cloud Nation. The Southern Cloud King personally presided over the city. It was also the location of one of the 10 great religions in the entire Realm Heart Great Land, the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion. The Southern Cloud Capital was a famous city in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. It was common for experts from other nations to come here. There were even many superpowers from the 6 great ancient nations that had branches here. The number of cultivators who came to the main religion of the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion was even more frightening. This Southern Cloud capital feels 10 to 100 times more stable than the Blade Emperor City of the 6 great holy grounds in the primal chaos void. Dongbua Shue Ing was inwardly startled. No choice. There were too many cosmos gods in the Realm Heart Great Land. Naturally, their understanding of arrays was much deeper. There were likely many who surpassed Wuzu in the field of arrays. In addition, Southern Cloud King was the sect master of one of the 10 great religions. He was considered wealthy even amongst cosmos gods. Naturally, he could purchase some powerful and terrifying arrays. The Southern Cloud King himself was sufficiently frightening. Within the Southern Cloud capital, he was practically unparalleled. Prince, our Ingshan clan has a courtyard here too. Magic servant Zibai chuckled. Why don't you rest in the courtyard first? Old Mother has already arranged for it. Once the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion main religion is done, Prince can head over. All right. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded. Southern Cloud Capital, Ingshan Courtyard. There were many disciples from the Ingshan clan here. Some were cultivating here, and some were responsible for some businesses. But when Dongbua Shuang came, he immediately became the person with the highest status in the Yingshan courtyard. It's that Snow Eagle Prince. He has come to the capital. Even though there were 3 elders from the ancestral family presiding over this place. But since Dongbua Shuang had magic servant Zi Bai as his protector, the 3 elders naturally lowered their heads. They did not mind, since this Snow Eagle Prince was destined to become a conferred marquis at the primal chaos realm in the future. They arranged a banquet to welcome him passionately. Prince Snow Eagle, this isn't the Yingshan city, and neither is it the Ardent Fire City. There are as many experts here as there were clouds in the sky, and there were even more people with distinguished statuses. It is fine if they are royal disciples or geniuses from emperor-ranked clans. But there are some who come from the great clans of the 6 great ancient nations. There are even royal disciples from the 6 great ancient nations. Even the most domineering crown prince of our southern cloud nation does not dare to offend them. That's right, Prince Snow Eagle, it is best for you to be more low profile here. The elders and disciples from the ancestral family were discussing. Dongbua Shuang sighed inwardly when he heard that. Magic servant Zi Bai fanned himself from the side. He indifferently said, "Prince, don't worry. Old Mother asked me to bring along a Southern Cloud sacred order. As long as you don't take the initiative to offend her, there is no need for you to care about the disciples from the 6 great ancient nations." Actually, the disciples from the 6 great ancient nations have different statuses too. There aren't many who could force us to retreat. Southern Cloud Sacred Order? The 3 elders from the ancestral family were startled. Southern Cloud Sacred Order. It was bestowed by the king. Old Mother Yingshan only had a single piece of it. Naturally, given the strength of Old Mother Yingshan, the Sacred Order was merely for show. Only in Dongbua Shuang's hands, the Sacred Order could protect him. Old Mother really dotes on Prince Snow Eagle. The 3 elders and other disciples present could not help but feel envious. Dongbua Shuang was not a cultivation maniac who did not know anything. Naturally, he would not offend a powerful enemy for no reason. On the 2nd day after he arrived at the capital, he immediately set off for the Treasured Goods Market. The Treasured Goods Market could be found in any city. The Southern Cloud Capital was one of the few big cities in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. The Treasured Goods Market here was much more flourishing than that of the Ardent Fire City. Even from afar, one could feel the radiance of treasures diffusing out. There were shops opened by the royal family, and there were also shops opened by the great clans from the 6 great ancient nations. All sorts of treasures could be seen here. Amazing, truly amazing. Dongbua Shuang looked around. His horizons were broadened, truly broadened. And then, walking on the streets of the Treasured Goods Market, Dongbua Shuang frowned. With a flip of his hand, a spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear gave off a vague feeling of struggling. It seemed to be attracting something from afar. What is attracting it? Dongbua Shuang felt his heart moving. He hurriedly walked in that direction. Magic servant Zi Bai, Tianyi and the others might be puzzled, but they still followed behind. It is over there. Dongbua Shuang saw a shop with a circular pointed roof. Dongbua Shuang's vision penetrated through the void obstruction. He could immediately see the 3rd floor of that circular shop. There were a total of 12 floating treasures, and one of them was a spearhead. Chapter 1035. The spearhead floated there. It seemed simple, yet the spearhead was emitting many distorted spatial ripples. At the same time, many layers of arrays enveloped this spearhead, trapping it like an eggshell. This was also to prevent some customers from having thoughts of snatching it. Even though the entire Treasured Goods Market was covered in arrays, and this was the capital of the Southern Cloud Nation, it was foolish to snatch it. But occasionally there would be those who were hot-headed and felt that their escaping capabilities were great. Hence, They naturally set up a restriction that prevented them from touching such secret treasures. Let's go take a look at that shop, Dongbua Shui-ing said. The group of subordinates followed Dongbua Shui-ing to the front of the shop. The shop occupied a huge area, and there was a unique ancient character above the shop. Fan Clan. Magic Servant Z lightly fanned himself from the side. The Fan Clan is one of the 3 biggest clans in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. It is one of the few clans in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded as he listened. The Fan Clan was a famous clan in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. It was one of the 3 great clans in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, and there were dozens of cosmos gods in the Fan Clan. Just a single Fan Clan could suppress one of the 6 great ancient nations, the Towering Sky Ancient Nation. Clearly, even though the 6 great ancient nations had high statuses, there were still differences in strength. The Towering Sky Ancient Nation was ranked at the bottom. The Fan Clan is truly tyrannical. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed inwardly. A single clan could suppress the Towering Sky Ancient Nation. This prince, please come in. At that moment, a beautiful female attendant came forward to welcome the other party. Dongbua Shui-ing brought his subordinates in. Even though the first level of the shop was relatively vast, and there were many winding corridors within, Dongbua Shui-ing's vision could easily penetrate through the many obstructions of the void, allowing him to see the treasures on the first level. There isn't a single secret treasure. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head inwardly. Let's go to the second floor. Dongbua Shui-ing directly went to the second floor. There were some secret treasures on the second floor, but with the judgment of Dongbua Shui-ing, they were all slightly weaker secret treasures. They were most likely meant for primal chaos existences to use. Soon, Dongbua Shui-ing headed to the third floor. Sir, you're only allowed to bring 2 subordinates on the third floor. At the staircase leading to the third floor, there was a waiter blocking the way. Obviously, the third floor of this shop was not ordinary. If he brought a group of subordinates with him, what would the bustling scene be like? Zibai, Elder Tian, follow me, Dongbua Shui-ing ordered. Yes. Magic Servant Zibai and Tian Iji followed behind. The 3 of them arrived at the third floor of the Fan Clan shop. The third floor was about the same size as the first and second floors below. In fact, there were only 12 floating secret treasures, and each of them had a female attendant standing beside them. Young Lord, do you wish to see the secret treasures? This branch of my Fan Clan, located in the Southern Cloud Capital, is ranked in the top 100 across the many branches spread across the Realm Heart Great Land. A plump old man walked over with a chuckle. The faint aura coming from his body was that of a primal chaos expert. Magic Servant Zibai waved his folding fan. He transmitted over, Prince, this old man should be a magic servant too, though I can't discern what kind of magic servant he is. Dongbua Shui-ing softly nodded. Primal Chaos Realm Magic Servant. For an apex clan like the Fan Clan, they were more willing to let magic servants handle some of their businesses, because magic servants were absolutely loyal and would not be greedy for their possessions. Prince, please take a look at this secret treasure, the Cloud Sky Hammer. The plump old man pointed to an enormous black hammer that was floating by the side that was taller than a human. This is a secret weapon used by the famous Paragon matron slave from the Towering Sky Ancient Nation during the First War of the Ancient Nations. Paragon matron slave later refined a secret treasure that was more suitable for her, and this Cloud Sky Hammer was no longer used. After many transactions, it landed in the hands of my Fan Clan, and we temporarily placed it here. It is also considered the protection treasure of our branch in the Southern Cloud Capital. Oh, right, this secret treasure also contains an absolute art of Paragon matron slave, the Cloud Sky Hammer technique. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at that floating black hammer that was emitting a horrifying pressure. This was much more terrifying than the 12 primal beads he once owned. "What's the price?" Dongbua Shwe-ing asked. The plump old man grinned. 8 billion cosmos crystals. The eyelids of Dongbua Shwe-ing twitched when he heard that. 8 billion? Could old Mother Ing Shan afford it? That might not be the case. After all, this is a weapon used by Paragon matron slave during the First War of the Ancient Nations. Several cosmos gods have died under this weapon. The plump old man said it is worth it for cosmos gods to sell all their treasures to buy it. Dongbua Shwe-ing understood after hearing it. This was a protection treasure, and it was something the Fan clan deliberately used to flaunt their foundation. How could such a treasure be sold so easily? Most formidable secret treasures would only be bought by powerful cultivators that they liked. Only then would they be willing to pay a high price. Amazing, amazing. Dongbua Shwe-ing gave a few words of praise before continuing looking at other secret treasures. Walking and stopping at times, he soon arrived at the spearhead that Dongbua Shwe-ing longed for. This spearhead has some origin. The plump old man chuckled. Its owner seems to have some relationship with my Fan clan. Dongbua Shwe-ing felt his heart moving. Its owner? It seemed the Fan clan knew the detailed origin of this spearhead. A very long time ago, before the First War of the Ancient Nations. That time, the realm Heart Great Land was more chaotic and not as orderly as it is now. At that time, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation had yet to be founded. The plump old man said, "My Fan clan's great paragon, Lu Tian, had once befriended a good friend when he roamed the realm Heart Great Land. He was called Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master. That was a horrifying existence, not any weaker than great paragon Lu Tian. Nonetheless, Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master was too unbridled and arrogant. He was unwilling to submit and ultimately lost his life. Naturally, that was before the First War of the Ancient Nations. I only know bits and pieces of it. But this spearhead has been seen by great paragon Lu Tian before. It is indeed the spearhead of Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master's weapon, the Scarlet Cloud Magic Spear. It's a pity that after so many years, only this spearhead is left." The plump old man shook his head. Dongbua Shwe-ing sighed inwardly. Something that happened before the First War of the Ancient Nations? That was indeed illusory. Even the historical records were vague. After all, many ancient nations had yet to be established. Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master? I wonder what the price is. Dongbua Shwe-ing asked. Because it is badly damaged, only the spearhead is left. That's why it is cheap. The plump old man chuckled. 500 million cosmos crystals. 500 million. Dongbua Shwe-ing was stunned. And it was cheap? Because cultivating the Southern Cloud sacred body required precious materials, and currently he only had a total of 50 million cosmos crystals. This was also after old Mother Ing Shan gave him a total of 50 million cosmos crystals when he broke through to the Unity Realm. 500 million cosmos crystals. This price was truly terrifying. It was even more expensive than Magic Servant Zibai. It is truly not expensive. Powerful primal chaos existences can buy it even after selling all their treasures. The plump old man said, "After all, it is the weapon of Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master. If it were an intact weapon, its price would not be any lower than that Cloud Sky Hammer. But now it is only 500 million cosmos crystals. That is just a small fraction." He truly could not afford it. Even if he publicized his strength and became a powerful primal chaos existence, he needed time to accumulate treasures. Accumulating treasures? Most of them would be adventuring or fighting. 500 million. Dongbua Shwe-ing felt his heart trembling. No other choice. In a small place like the Ardent Fire City, no one could identify the origin of the spear body. After all, even the inscriptions on the spear body were incomplete. Hence, he could buy it cheaply. This spearhead was different. The spearhead was a spear used to attack and kill enemies. Usually, the spearhead would cause many ripples in the surrounding void. One look, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Great Paragon Lu Tian had also confirmed its origin. Hence, the price naturally rose. After all, it is just a spearhead. The plump old man looked at Dongbu Shuang. He felt that this young man seemed to want to buy it. Hence, he added, "If you really want it, I can give you a slightly cheaper price." Indeed, it could be cheaper. It had a great origin, but it was ultimately incomplete. The lowest price set by the Fan clan was actually only 300 million cosmos crystals. How much cheaper? Can I buy it below 100 million cosmos crystals? Dongbu Shuang asked. The plump old man shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can only give you a slightly cheaper price. Oh, Dongbu Shuang was slightly disappointed. He had no choice. He could not afford it. But even if he could not afford it, if he could hold onto the spearhead and personally look at the inscriptions flowing within it, even though he could only remember a portion of it after looking at it once, it would still be of great help to him when he combined the mysteries within the spear body. Comprehending the mysteries within the spear body would most likely be 3 to 5 times easier. Can I take a look? Dongbu Shuang looked at the plump old man in front of him. This spearhead was covered in layers of arrays like an eggshell. Clearly, he would not allow customers to see it easily. Chapter 1036. Take a look. The plump old man chuckled. Aren't you looking at it? Can I hold it in my hand? Dongbu Shuang asked. With the obstruction from the arrays, it is impossible for me to see it clearly. I can only see its outer appearance. Who knows how formidable this spearhead is? Is it suitable for me? He had reached the primal chaos realm in the laws and profound mystery system and the Tao of Void. He had many doubts when comprehending the spear body. As long as he inspected the profound mysteries within the spearhead, he would be able to see the entire appearance of the spear. Only by carefully examining it can we know if it is suitable. Magic Servant Z waved his fan by the side and said, "Take it out for a look?" The plump old man chuckled. He pointed at the floating spearhead that was wrapped in many layers of restrictions. There are many arrays protecting it. If anyone could look at it, why would there be a need for it to be protected by so many arrays? As he spoke to Dongbu Shuang, the plump old man had already ordered his subordinates to investigate the intelligence of this guest. Chief Manager, this young prince is called Yingshan Snow Eagle. He is a genius disciple of the Yingshan clan. He was born as a void god and reached the Unity realm in 8,000 years. The magic servant by the side is Magic Servant Bloodrain, which Old Mother Yingshan bought in the past because this Snow Eagle little prince has just suffered from an assassination several days ago. The intelligence network of the Fan clan was formidable. Dongbu Shuang was relatively famous in the Southern Cloud Nation. Oh, a small clan like the Yingshan clan? The plump old man was enlightened. The entire Yingshan clan was indeed a small clan in his heart. Only Old Mother Yingshan was slightly worthy of his attention. As for the others, they could be ignored. Actually, to the Fan clan, only the royal clan in the entire Southern Cloud Nation was worthy of their attention. After all, the Southern Cloud Royal Clan had an amazing king. Even with the pride of the 6 great ancient nations, they still held this king in high esteem. The other 3 great emperor rank clans were all small clans to them. Dongbu Shuang looked at the plump old man with anticipation in his heart. He did not know that the other party treated him as a disciple of a small clan. Indeed, we can only know if it's suitable if we really look at it carefully. The chubby old man smiled. However, it's protected by layers of arrays. It's impossible for anyone to look at it. Yes. Dongbu Shuang nodded. My Fan clan has its own rules. The chubby old man continued, It depends. Either your strength and status are recognized by us, or you can take out enough treasures to prove that you have the ability to purchase it. Strength and status? Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. Naturally, he did not have the ability to purchase it. His strength is at least that of a conferred king within the Southern Cloud Nation. The plump old man said, ordinary primal chaos existences aren't qualified to request for it. Status: if it were the princes and princesses of the Southern Cloud Nation, or the disciples from the 6 great ancient nations with extremely high statuses, or, for instance, the personal disciple of some famous existences in the realm heart great land. Purchasing power is simple. Take out a treasure worth 500 million universe crystals to prove that you can purchase it. The plump old man looked at Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing was taken aback. There were no treasures. His strength was only at the peak of the 8th level, even if he exerted his full strength. Of course, he who cultivated for just 5 million years did not dare to reveal his strength. Status? Did he not hear it? Even in the royal clan, only a few princes and princesses were qualified. Sorry for disturbing you. Dongbua Shueing said, let us go. Take care. The plump old man remained smiling. Even though he disdained a small clan like the Yingshan clan, basic courtesy was a rule of doing business. After leaving the shop, he actually did not allow me to see it. Tian Yi shook her head. Didn't he say that he either has sufficient strength and status, or he can afford it? Magic servant Zibai fanned himself with his lips curled. Clearly, the Yingshan clan isn't worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Let's go back. Dongbua Shueing indifferently said. He was not angry. After all, the strong preyed on the weak. Naturally, the rules were stricter. Without strength and status, it was normal for others to not allow him to see it, since he could not afford it. Let's wait. Wait until I'm stronger and earn enough cosmos crystals before buying it. It isn't an easy matter to sell this secret treasure. Dongbua Shueing thought. For instance, the Cloud Skyhammer was a shop protection treasure and had been placed here for a long time. That spearhead was, after all, damaged, and it was harder to sell it. My luck this time is not bad for me to discover the spearhead here. Dongbua Shueing thought. Discovering it was normal, because the Southern Cloud capital was the biggest city in the entire Southern Cloud Nation. It was also the safest city. Even the Fan Clan and other apex superpowers in the Realm Heart Great Land only had a branch in the entire Southern Cloud Nation. Even the internal superpowers within the Southern Cloud Nation would sell some important treasures in the capital, because there were more external experts in the capital. With Southern Cloud King protecting this place, it was safer. What if some cosmos god snatched away those formidable treasures if they were placed in a small place? Hence, more than 90% of the treasures in the Southern Cloud Nation were gathered in the capital. As for the most apex secret treasures, 99% of them were located in the capital. Dongbua Shueing came to the capital and discovered the spearhead by relying on his senses. Actually, this was something normal. In the following days, Dongbua Shueing also traveled around the Southern Cloud capital. The majority of his time was spent in the treasured goods market. In other times, he would experience various historical remnants and delicacies. Dongbua Shueing, who loved delicacies, discovered quite a few apex delicacies and wines in the Southern Cloud capital. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Snow Eagle, old ancestor, has already arranged everything. Tomorrow, you and Magic Servant Zibai will head to where the main religion of the Southern Cloud sacred religion is located. Marquis Ardent Fire transmitted a message to Dongbua Shueing. All right. Dongbua Shueing was in great joy. The main religion of the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Dongbua Shueing was looking forward to it. Being one of the top 10 great religions in the Realm Heart Great Land, it should have collected many absolute art scriptures. One had to know that according to his plan in this life, Shueing planned to cultivate 2 Tao paths. One was the Tao of Void, and the other was the mirage and illusory realm. the mirage and illusory realm if he wanted to obtain the apex absolute art scriptures. The most suitable place would be the southern cloud sacred religion. In terms of absolute art scriptures, in the southern cloud nation, all other clans added up could not even compare to a single star of the southern cloud sacred religion. The foundation of the southern cloud sacred religion was incredibly terrifying. Prince, there are many rules in the main religion of the southern cloud sacred religion. It is impossible for you to bring a bunch of subordinates over. Today, only the two of us will be going over. Magic Servant Zebe said, "Wait until you become an inner disciple. We'll arrange a residence for you in the main religion. By then, you can bring all your subordinates over." "Let's go," Dongbua Shui-ing said. The two of them strolled in midair. Every single step they took traversed a huge distance. The entire capital was incomparably huge. Even after teleporting, it took Dongbua Shui-ing and Magic Servant Zebe by half an hour before they arrived at the main religion of the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion. Southern Cloud Sacred Religion. Dongbua Shui-ing looked into the distance. In the distance, there were undulating mountain ranges. One could faintly see some pavilions and buildings amidst the mountain ranges. The entire huge mountain range was enveloped by arrays. This was where the main religion of the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion was located. Currently, a large number of cultivators were flying towards the main religion. The main religion could only be reached after walking several tens of thousands of kilometers along a path opened within the mountain. On the cliff by the side of the main religion, there were two words, Southern Cloud. Hua. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at those two words. At first glance, they seemed ordinary. At the very most, they were slightly domineering. But if one carefully sensed it, one could vaguely feel an endless void aura bursting out from those two words. It was a vast aura that was beyond the concept of the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles. It was as if one was looking at the endless towering void, and one could only feel reverence. Shan Snow Eagle? By the entrance of the main religion, there was already a golden-robed male here. When he saw Dongbua Shui-ing, he immediately came over with a smile. "Prince, this is Marquis Qingdang." Magic Servant Zebe introduced. "Greetings, Marquis Qingdang." Dongbua Shui-ing immediately bowed. "I've troubled Marquis Qingdang this time. It's just a minor matter. There are many hurdles inside, and Old Mother has already resolved them. Today, we are just going through a simple process. After that, you will be an inner disciple." Marquis Qingdang chuckled. "Go, go, go, follow me in." Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 1037. The Southern Cloud Sacred Religion was one of the top 10 great religions in the entire Realm Heart, Great Land. It was extremely difficult to become an inner disciple, but the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion was more biased towards the citizens of the Southern Cloud Nation. After all, it was common for many nations to fight in the dark across the entire Great Land. Hence, their own citizens were naturally more trustworthy. Shan Snow Eagle, a disciple of the Shan clan. He is a disciple of our Southern Cloud Nation's aristocratic clan. A total of 15 primal chaos experts gathered within a palace hall. At the center of them was a projection. That was the scene of a handsome, white-robed young man entering the God Yuan Palace. He has a heaven-defying talent the moment he was born. Judging from the aura of his soul, he has never experienced time-accelerated cultivation before. He has cultivated for just 5 million years. Haha, he has already gotten through the 5th level of God Yuan Palace. Fellow Taoists, there are no objections to accepting him into the sect, right? No objections. He has passed. He is the little fellow from Old Mother Shan's clan. He has passed. The 15 primal chaos experts present chuckled as they spoke. The atmosphere was relaxed. Old Mother Shan had already gotten through all the barriers, and everyone present naturally agreed. It was only their own citizens who were more lenient in their assessment. If cultivators from other nations wanted to become an inner disciple, the assessment would be much harsher. Even if their talent was not any weaker than Dongbu Shuang, the requirement for their combat power would be higher. There would even be some entry missions to test the loyalty of the disciples, because outer disciples did not care about loyalty and they could join other religions. But the moment they were accepted into the sect, without the consent of the Southern Cloud King, they were absolutely forbidden from joining other religions. The moment they dared to do so, it would be a great crime of betraying the sect. They would be hunted down. Of course, there were many harsh requirements, but becoming an inner disciple would bring them many benefits. Dongbu Shuang walked out of the God Yuan Palace. In the primal chaos void, the opponents within the Star Pagoda are all destruction devils. But the trials within the God Yuan Palace have all sorts of opponents. Dongbu Shuang sighed inwardly. Even though there were more variations within the God Yuan Palace, the level of strength was the same as the Star Pagoda. Naturally, it had an additional 10th level. Yingshan Snow Eagle, congratulations, congratulations. Marquis Chengdeng stood outside the God Yuan Palace waiting. He chuckled. I've already received news that you have passed the assessment. You are now an inner disciple of my Southern Cloud sacred religion. Oh, wait a moment, we will go and collect your disciple token, robes, and other things. You can also choose your own cave residence. Thank you, Marquis Chengming. Dongbu Shuang said. It's just a small matter. Let's go get the token. Marquis Chengdeng was very enthusiastic. Southern Cloud, Sacred Religion, Elder Hall. Yingshan Snow Eagle, from today onwards, you are the 3,392nd disciple of my Southern Cloud, Sacred Religion. A silver-haired old man with a grand aura solemnly passed a robe over to Dongbu Shuang. There was even a token placed on the robe. In the future, you aren't just a disciple of the Yingshan clan. You are also a disciple of one of the 10 great religions in Realm Heart Great Land, the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion. You should focus on cultivating and reach the primal chaos realm as soon as possible. It's a humiliation for a disciple of my Southern Cloud Sacred Religion to not reach the primal chaos realm. This disciple understands. Dongbu Shuang respectfully received it. He naturally understood. The conditions to join the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion were harsh. Citizens of the Southern Cloud Nation usually had to reach the Unity Realm 7th level strength before they could become an inner disciple. Hence, it wasn't a lie to say that it's a humiliation for a disciple to not reach the primal chaos realm. More than 3,000 disciples were the total number of disciples the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion had ever since it was established. Over the long years, many had fallen. Currently, there should only be a few hundred disciples left alive. Nevertheless, it was these few hundred inner disciples that made the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion famous. Of these several hundred inner disciples, very few were citizens of the Southern Cloud Nation. The majority of them were from other nations. Even though the requirements for other nations to join the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion were harsh, there were too many of them. Ultimately, many geniuses chose to join. Clearly, the identity of one of the 10 great religions was extremely attractive. Dongbu Shuang might seem to have an easier time becoming an inner disciple, but in reality his innate talent was ranked in the top 10 in the history of the Southern Cloud Nation. In terms of comprehension ability, he had reached the Unity Realm 5th level in just 5 million years. His innate talent and comprehension ability were extraordinary. Furthermore, he was one of them. That was why it was easy for him to join. Even though there were many cultivators coming and going from the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion, almost all of them were outer disciples. Many outer disciples came to the main sect to get better guidance. Inner disciple. Dongbu Shuang stood on a mountain peak. Behind him was a cavern dwelling. Magic Servant Z by Tian Iji, the female attendant Yenyu, the 2 black stream cloud wolves as personal guards, and others were all settled down. In the future, I'll be tied together with the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Dongbua Shueing thought. South, Dongbua Shueing arced through the sky. He flew towards the distance. The Southern Cloud sacred religion had strict rules. The outer disciples could only move around in the outer region. Even the servants of the inner disciples had a restricted area within the inner core region of the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Hence, this inner core region was clearly deserted. Book collection realm. Dongbua Shueing arced through the sky. He arrived at a mountain peak, floating amidst the clouds. There was a cave several dozen meters tall on the mountain peak. The 2 words Book Collection Realm were carved on the cave. This was also the place where Dongbua Shueing collected absolute art scriptures after joining the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Entering the cave, the surrounding space began transforming. Amen? Dongbua Shueing looked around him. He had already entered a vast space. Within this space, there were many scriptures floating. Some of these scriptures were miscellaneous books. Naturally, most of them were absolute art scriptures. There were also many cultivation experiences left behind by seniors like the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles. There was a complete version of the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles amidst the countless scriptures. With a glance, Shueing could see more than 10 figures flipping through books or cultivating in this vast space. Those who could enter were at least inner disciples. Let's take a look at those legendary scriptures. Dongbua Shueing felt an itch in his heart. He rapidly flew to the center of this vast space. There was a sky-reaching stone pillar there. On the sky-reaching stone pillar, there were many rows of words. 3 realms technique requires 500,000 contribution points to exchange for it. Avatar technique requires 300,000 contribution points to exchange for it. Great Destruction Realm Teleportation Technique requires 300,000 contribution points to exchange for it. 5 Phases Sealing Technique requires 200,000 contribution points to exchange for it. Star God Body requires 200,000 contribution points to exchange for it. Avatar Technique requires 100,000 contribution points to exchange for it. Voidification Undying Technique requires 100,000 contribution points to exchange for it. The rows of words caused Dongbua Shueing's eyes to brighten. There was the Great Destruction Realm Teleportation Technique and the Ordinary Destruction Realm Teleportation Technique. The Destruction Realm Teleportation Technique should be his ultra-long distance teleportation technique and required 50,000 contribution points to exchange for it. A legendary absolute art. Dongbua Shueing praised. He had already learned about these from the various books he read. Being one of the 10 great religions, the Southern Cloud sacred religion had collected many scriptures. Some existed before the First War of the Ancient Nations, and some were unique in the entire realm heart, great land. Even the 6 great ancient nations came here to borrow these scriptures. Naturally, they had to pay a huge price. Naturally, the foundation of the 6 great ancient nations was much stronger than the Southern Cloud sacred religion. They had some unique and powerful absolute art scriptures too. But he was an outsider, and he wanted to join some of the ultra-religions within the 6 great ancient nations. That was difficult. Most outsiders would be discriminated against. The Southern Cloud sacred religion was still his own nation, and it was also one of the 10 great religions in the realm heart, great land. It's a pity that the scriptures listed on the sky-reaching pillars require contribution points to exchange for them. But it is still not bad. This is the price given to inner disciples. If it were an outsider, it would be impossible for him to learn them. Dongbua Shueing sighed. His gaze swept across the many scriptures in this vast space. As for the scriptures in this vast space, they were free to read. Today there was only 1 chapter. He was slightly stuck. Asterisk.